I thank them again, Mr Speaker, in this House for their courage and their service, and I'm sure the whole House will join me in those thanks. Mr Speaker, whilst in the Gulf, I met leaders and senior military representatives across the region, including the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the President of the UAE, the King and Crown Prince of Bahrain, the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar, and in recent days I've also spoken to the Sultan of Oman and the Emir of Kuwait. Across all of these conversations, I agreed to deepen our engagement on both defence and economic resilience. Because, Mr Speaker, they all made it abundantly clear that the solidarity and strength of our partnership with them has been a comfort in these challenging times. And we should not forget that the nature of Iran's response, the indiscriminate attack upon countries who never sought this conflict, the huge damage done across the Gulf to civilian infrastructure with civilian casualties, is abhorrent. It has clearly shocked the region and all of us, and we must bear that in mind now as we lift our sights to the future. Because whilst the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran is undeniably welcome, it is also highly fragile. The region remains on edge, and a lot of work is required to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, to de-escalate the situation, leading to a sustainable ceasefire. In pursuit of that goal, we call for Lebanon to be included urgently in the ceasefire. Diplomacy is the right path, and I welcome the talks taking place this week. Hezbollah must disarm, but I'm equally clear Israel's strikes are wrong. They are having devastating humanitarian consequences and pushing Lebanon into a crisis. The bombing should stop now. Mr Speaker, we also put on record our thanks to Pakistan and other partners for playing such an important role in diplomatic efforts. We hope the process will continue without further escalation. And that applies to the running sore that is the Strait of Hormuz, shamefully exploited by Iran. All of the leaders that I met were crystal clear that freedom of navigation is vital and must be restored, no conditions, no tolls, and no tolerance of Iran holding the world's economy to ransom. Because, Mr Speaker, the impact of Iran's behaviour in the Strait is causing untold economic damage. It's visible on every petrol forecourt in the country. My guide from the start of this conflict has always been our national interest. That's why we stayed out of the war and why we continue to stay out of the war. And that is why we are working now to restore freedom of navigation in the Middle East, because that is squarely in our national interest. Now, Mr Speaker, quite clearly, this is not a straightforward task. It will take time. I met UK businesses in energy, shipping, insurance and finance, and they are clear that vessels will not be put through the Strait until they are confident that it's safe to do so. And that's why we're working around the clock on a credible plan to reopen the Strait. And, Mr Speaker, I can confirm today that together with President Macron, I will convene a summit of leaders this week to drive forward the international effort we have built in recent weeks, bringing together dozens of countries to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The summit will be focused on two things. First, diplomatic efforts to bring pressure to bear for a negotiated end to the conflict and for the Strait to be opened. Second, military planning to provide assurance to shipping as soon as a stable environment can be established. And let me be very clear, this is about safeguarding shipping and supporting freedom of navigation once the conflict ends. Our shared aim here is a coordinated, independent, multinational plan. This is the moment, Mr. Speaker, for clear and calm leadership. And notwithstanding the difficulties, Britain stands ready to play our part. Mr. Speaker, let me now return to the impact of this conflict on our economy. We all know that the consequences will be significant and that they will last longer than the conflict itself. Now, we continue to monitor the effects, and I remind the House that energy bills went down on the 1st of April, and whatever happens in the Middle East, those bills will stay down until July. We're investing over £50 million to support heating oil customers, and fuel duty is frozen until September, all because of the decisions that this government took at the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a wider point, because we can't stand here in this House and pretend that a global shock threatening to hit the living standards of British people is somehow a novel experience. Britain has been buffeted by crises for decades now, from the 2008 financial crash, through austerity, Brexit, COVID, the war that still rages in Ukraine, and the disastrous premiership of Liz Truss. The response each time has been to try to return to the status quo. A status quo, Mr. Speaker, that manifestly failed working people who saw their living standards flatline and their public services decimated. So this time, Britain's response must and will be different to reflect the changing world that we live in. That starts with our economic security, where during this conflict alone, we've capped energy bills, raised the living wage, strengthened workers' rights and ended the two-child limit that will lift nearly 500,000 children out of poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, looking forward, it also means a closer economic relationship with our European allies, because Brexit did deep damage to the economy. And the opportunities we now have to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. It continues, Mr. Speaker, with our energy security, where I say once again, oil and gas will be part of our energy mix for decades to come. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not set the global price for oil and gas. And households across the country are fed up with international events beyond their control pushing up their energy bills, and I stand with them on that. So we will go further and faster on our mission to make Britain energy independent, because that is the only way we get off the fossil fuel rollercoaster and take control of our energy bills. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must strengthen our defence security. That means boosting our armed forces, as we have, with the biggest sustained investment since the Cold War. It means doubling down on the most successful military alliance the world has ever seen, the NATO alliance, of which this party in government was a founding member. But it also means strengthening the European element of that alliance, taking control of our continent's defence more robustly, deepening our partnerships, as we've done with our deals to build Norwegian frigates on the Clyde, Turkish Typhoons in Lancashire, not only, Mr. Speaker, creating thousands of secure jobs and opportunities for our defence industry right across the country, but also enhancing the way our armed forces can collaborate with our allies. Because, Mr. Speaker, as the Middle East conflict shows once more, the world in which we live has utterly changed. It is more volatile and insecure than at any period in my lifetime, and we must rise to meet it, calmly but with strength. That is exactly what we're doing at home and abroad. We are strengthening our security, taking control of our future and building a Britain that is fair for all. And I commend the statement to the House.
Kevin Badenoch, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. I would also like to pay tribute to our brave servicemen and women serving in the Middle East right now. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is right that Britain did not start this war, but whether we like it or not, we are impacted by it, and this is likely to get worse. The cost of borrowing has jumped, petrol prices are climbing, inflation is rising, and living standards falling. It is time to take decisive action in our national interest. Britain must focus on what is in our power to protect British citizens today. First, we must rapidly solve the energy crisis this war has caused in our country. And second, we must make sure that Britain is ready to defend herself in this new age. A nuclear-armed Iran is an existential threat to the UK. We should be in no doubt whose side we're on in this war, our allies in the Middle East and the United States. So I welcome the Prime Minister meeting some of those allies, and I also welcome his support for diplomatic efforts and military planning to restore freedom of navigation in the region. But we will need to go further than just talking. He says Britain stands ready to play our part. We can all see that we were not ready for this situation. Here's what we need to do now. First, we must take rapid action to increase our energy security and keep bills down, not just until July, but longer than that, permanently. Britain is particularly vulnerable to energy price shocks because we are killing domestic oil and gas production in the North Sea. Labour's policy of more expensive energy and deindustrialisation at this time of crisis is dangerous and irresponsible. It is also harming the defence industry. We must start drilling our own oil and gas in the North Sea, grant licences for drilling in the Jackdaw and Rosebank fields, and restore British production before it is too late. The Prime Minister says this won't impact international prices. This is more than international prices. This is about the domestic supply, especially of gas, all of which is used in this country. Supply matters. And finally, the government must cancel the proposed rise in fuel duty. Hiking taxes on motorists for the first time in 15 years, while prices are surging, is a disgraceful decision. If Britain is to be a stronger country, it needs a stronger economy, not one being hammered by the highest energy prices in the developed world. So, will the Prime Minister grant the oil and gas licences and scrap the rise in fuel duty? I know he'll say that it's the Energy Secretary's job. The Energy Secretary is not the Prime Minister. He is. He can instruct him to grant those licences. But, Mr. Speaker, secondly, to be ready, Britain must be able to defend herself. And that means we must be ready for these situations before they happen. France and Greece, I don't know why they're laughing. I'm surprised they're laughing, because last time I checked, France and Greece sent ships to protect our bases in Cyprus while our destroyer was stuck in Portsmouth. It was a national embarrassment on their shoulders, and it should never happen again. We need no further evidence that we are living in a more dangerous world than a decade ago. I'm sure Labour MPs will try and think of a way to make this my fault. Let me remind them, yes, I know it is preposterous, but let me remind them the historical illiteracy that is on those benches. Governments of all colours, including those guys there, spent the peace dividend from 1989, when the Berlin Wall fell, until the Ukraine war. And when that war came, the Conservative government responded rapidly and unequivocally. We didn't have anything stuck in Portsmouth when Ukraine was invaded. We trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers and equipped them with our missiles. We increased defence spending every year since the war started, but the world has since become even more dangerous. Every serious person, Mr. Speaker, every serious person, especially in the military, agrees that Britain must now find a way to spend 3% of GDP on defence by the end of this Parliament. After the election, many of the plans for spending were paused for Labour's strategic defence review. 9 months after publishing it, there is still no defence investment plan that explains how we will fund this. The Defence Readiness Bill is also nowhere to be seen. The question is not whether we need to increase defence spending. The question is what tough choices we must make to do so. That is what is missing from the government's plan. The government has a plan for welfare spending until 2031, but no plans for defence spending. So I say to the Prime Minister, let's put party interest aside. Yes. I'm glad that they're laughing, because I want the public to hear Labour MPs laughing when we say let's put party interest aside. So please keep laughing. Go on, please keep laughing. I say to the Prime Minister, let's find the money to rearm. Let's identify the spending cuts. And if we reach agreement on a joint plan, we can all support those measures in Parliament. Conservatives have already found savings to fund more than £20 billion extra for defence spending. I am willing to work with him to go further. And in his response, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Prime Minister will be tempted to misrepresent my position and pretend that I demanded he join in the initial strikes. Yes, I know. They can't even resist the temptation. He and I both know that is not true. But let us get serious. Let's get serious. It is time for us to act decisively in our national interest. Let's show our allies what we bring to the table. Let's show our enemies that we are able and ready to defend ourselves. That requires a defence investment plan. So I ask the Prime Minister in conclusion, when exactly will the Defence Investment Plan be published, and what action is he taking to find the money to pay for it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that her opening sentence has changed. She used to say, we didn't start the war, but like it or not, we're in it. And we should be in it. That was her position. Now she says, well, they can't make their mind up. They supported the war without thinking through the consequences, and now they're pretending they didn't support the war and they're against it all along. She challenged my position, and she did the mother of all U-turns on the most important decision the Leader of the Opposition ever has to take. Can I thank her for her support for the planning that we're doing with other countries? It is important. It has a number of components, the political and diplomatic component, the logistics as well in terms of getting the vessels through, where we're working with the sector, and of course the military component. We've been working on that for 2 or 3 weeks now, and now bringing together with President Macron the summit later this week in that regard. In relation to energy bills, Mr. Speaker, yes, we all want to get energy bills down, and oil and gas will be part of the mix for many years. But it is because we're on the international market that our bills have gone up, and that is the problem. The Strait of Hormuz is a choke point for oil and gas getting to the international market. That's pushed the price up. That's being reflected in every household. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, the only way to take control of our energy bills is to go faster on energy independence. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition used to make that argument. In 2022, she said this: it is investment in nuclear and renewables that will reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and keep costs down. She changes her mind on everything. That was her argument. And now just like she pretends she wasn't in favour of getting involved in the war, now she pretends she wasn't in favour of keeping costs down. And, Mr. Speaker, she says that we must be ready. That's coming from a party that hollowed out our armed services. Mr. Speaker, on their watch, frigates and destroyers were reduced by 25%. Mine-hunting ships reduced by 50% on their watch. And she lectures us about being ready, having hollowed out our armed forces and hollowed out our capabilities. We're investing £300 million more in shipbuilding, and we've got 13 ships on order. That, Mr. Speaker, is the difference between the two parties. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that she and they will forgive me. After 14 years of breaking everything under their watch, I'm going to resist the offer of joint planning from the government, from the party that crashed the economy, hollowed out our armed forces, crashed our public services. Thanks, but no thanks.
Honourable Chair of the Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Affairs Committee has just come from a meeting with some of the Gulf ambassadors, who are genuinely grateful for the help that Britain has given defending their countries, and who also want to say how grateful they are that the Prime Minister visited the Gulf in an act of true solidarity. But when people heard the Israeli Defence Minister say that his war aims in Lebanon would follow the model in Gaza, our blood ran cold. Could the Prime Minister tell the House what role the United Kingdom can do to ensure a ceasefire in Lebanon, and that Israel is stopped from taking over Lebanon south of the Litani River?
Raising the important question of Lebanon, I want to be really clear in relation to that. That should be included in the ceasefire, and we're using every opportunity we can to make that argument. And please, there's some diplomacy at the moment, but those attacks should stop, and it's really important that we're very, very clear about that.
Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement, and can I join him in what he said about the horrific attack in Southport? Our thoughts with the families of Bibi, Elsie and Alice, and with all those affected. Mr. Speaker, a whole civilization will die tonight. Words I never thought I would hear from an American president. And though Donald Trump thankfully didn't follow through this time, these words are a stark reminder of how reckless, immoral and completely outside the bounds of international law this president is. Regrettably, he is no friend of the United Kingdom. He is no leader of the free world. He is a dangerous and corrupt gangster, and that is how we must treat him. So will the Prime Minister advise the King to call off his state visits to Washington before it's too late? Because I really fear for what Trump might say or do while our King is forced to stand by his side. We cannot put His Majesty in that position. And when it comes to Trump's latest cunning plan to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, that will only escalate this crisis and jeopardise the precarious ceasefire. So it's right that the UK is not joining Trump. And I welcome the Prime Minister convening a summit to offer an alternative to Trump's. We must work with our reliable allies in Europe and the Commonwealth and our partners in the Gulf to bring this conflict to an end and keep open the Strait of Hormuz. That is critical for tackling the cost of living crisis that is getting worse and worse for people in the UK. With petrol prices now up by more than 25p a litre and diesel up 49p since Trump started this war, cheered on, let's not forget, by the leader of the Conservative Party and Reform, does the Prime Minister recognise that families and businesses can't wait months for the government to step in and help? So will he use the windfalls the Treasury is getting from higher fuel prices to cut the cost of living and keep the economy moving, with action to slash bus fares and rail fares and cutting fuel duty by 10p today, bringing down the price at the pumps by 12p a litre?
Can I thank him for his question? And in relation to the language about destroying a civilization, can I really be clear with this House? That was wrong. A threat to Iranian civilians in that way is wrong. These are civilians, let's remember, who've suffered immeasurable harm by the regime in Iran for many, many long years. And that's why they're words and phrases that I would never use on behalf of this government, which is guided by our principles and our values throughout all of this. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the King, the King's visit, the relationship between our two countries is very important on a number of levels, and often what the monarchy is able to do through the bonds that they build is reach through the decades in a situation like this. And the purpose of the visit is to mark the 250th anniversary of the relationship between our country and the United States, and that's why the visit is going ahead. In relation to the blockade, let me be clear, as I've been already in the last day or so, that we are focusing our efforts on opening in full the Strait of Hormuz because of the damage it's doing to economies around the world, including our own economy. That is why we've been working with other countries at various levels, and we'll bring them together in a summit later this week. And we, the UK, will not be joining the blockade that the President announced. In relation to the help that is needed to families and households, obviously we've put in place help for energy bills already and oil heating that is in place. But, Mr Speaker, we're keeping this under constant review as the situation evolves. The single most important and effective thing we can do is to de-escalate the situation and work with others to get the Strait of Hormuz open. And that is why we're focusing so much of our efforts in that regard.
Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for confirming that despite the significant unwelcome trolling and pressure from President Trump and Israeli PM Netanyahu, that the UK is not being dragged into this war and it is not in our national interest. Given that the US has now initiated the blockade of Iranian ports, can the Prime Minister confirm what steps are being taken to help de-escalate the situation, whether it's to reopen the Strait of Hormuz so that goods can transit freely and that we can ease the cost of living pressures for our constituents, and also what is being done to help de-escalate the situation in Lebanon? And can he also confirm that any future UK involvement in the region will be strictly limited to defensive purposes only?
Well, can I thank him and reiterate that we will not be dragged into the war. In relation to the steps we're taking, they're across a number of levels. It was central to the discussions I had in the Gulf states last week in terms of what we can do together to de-escalate. Mr Speaker, they are shocked and angry, frankly, that they have been attacked in the way that they have been attacked. They were not involved in the conflict, and it's clear to them that they were targeted within hours of the beginning of this conflict starting, and civilian infrastructure and civilians were targeted as well. And they're absolutely clear that that targeting was put in place before the conflict started. So we're working with them. We're working across the coalition of dozens of countries now to de-escalate and to get the Strait of Hormuz open just as soon as it's viable and credible to do so.
Of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
The Prime Minister may recall that on day one of this war, I supported his defensive attitude to it and said we couldn't change the regime from the air, and he agreed, he's been proved right. But with apologies to Leon Trotsky, we may not be interested in war, but war is interested in us. So we all agree we have to rapidly rearm. The trouble is that with the ever-increasing proportion of our entire economy taken by the state pension and by benefits, perhaps we can't afford to do it. So will you work with the Leader of the Opposition to take the necessary, perhaps unpopular decisions to return defence spending to what we spent in 1989, the end of the Cold War?
Mr Speaker, he's right to raise this, and we've already raised defence spending, as he knows, in the most significant way since the Cold War. I've been clear in the Munich Security Conference that I gave a few weeks ago that we need to go further and faster, and we will. I think in addition to the funding itself, I think it's really important that we take this opportunity to collaborate and cooperate with our partners, particularly in Europe, because if all European countries simply increase their spending without regard to the capability that they're using that spending on, we won't make the best of what we've got. And therefore, I'm making a dual argument, one in relation to the actual money we spend, but secondly, the way we need to collaborate in a way we haven't done, frankly, for decades in relation to this with our allies, particularly in Europe.
Nora Ali.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the Prime Minister's call for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire. 1,700 people have already been killed by Israeli attacks, and over 1.1 million people have been displaced. At a time when aid budgets have been cut, including by our own government, will the Prime Minister commit to playing that international leadership role, as he is doing in relation to getting a ceasefire, working with our European partners and others, to support the humanitarian effort and increase support to those who are being displaced in the region, but also think about how we support countries in the global south that are now going to be hit very hard because of this crisis, because the impact of that will affect all of us if we don't take action at the international level.
Well, can I thank you for raising this really important issue? issue and be clear Lebanon must be included in the ceasefire, and it's very important that we are clear about the principle behind that. I also accept that there must be more support on the humanitarian front. We've just put more money into the humanitarian support, but it's clearly a cause of concern in Lebanon, actually, and in wider areas, as she rightly points out.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Prime Minister should acknowledge, I'm sure that he does, that over the last 30 years our armed forces have been hollowed out by governments of all parties as they have sought to take a peace dividend. But I'm afraid the chickens have come home to roost on his watch. So will he now commit to a huge and immediate uplift in defence spending, not just by vaporising British soft power expenditure? We are talking of moving towards a 5% increase so that the government can play a full part in European defence and deliver on its first duty to its own citizens.
Well, I agree that our armed forces now capabilities hollowed out over many years, in particular under the last government, I'm afraid to say. Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, then Defence Secretary, was very clear about that. But he's right to say now is the point at which we've got probably more conflict going on in the world now than most of us have seen in our lifetimes, and that's why we have to increase defence spending. That's why we took the decision to increase to 2.5% sooner than people thought we would, and that's already taking place. I made commitments at the NATO summit last year in relation to the further spending that we need to put in place. I stand by those commitments. We must go further and we must go faster.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, let me say that thank you to the Prime Minister for your statesmanship. This weekend saw the Pakistani government step up and take global leadership by expertly hosting and mediating negotiation between Iran and America. The whole world is indebted to the noble efforts of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and General Syed Asim Munir to achieve a ceasefire. Given Pakistan is a long-term ally of Britain, will the Prime Minister outline what support he is giving the Pakistani government facilitate an agreement for long-lasting peace and stability in the Middle East?
Can I reiterate my thanks to Pakistan for the role that they're playing? And I can tell the House that I spoke to the Prime Minister of Pakistan on Friday as we're going into the talks this weekend about the talks, about what support we could put in place, and the Foreign Secretary spoke to her counterpart this afternoon. It's very important that we support this process and try to move it forward and not to let it escalate.
Stephen Flynn.
The Prime Minister is absolutely right to condemn the abhorrent response of the terrorists in the IRGC, but I noticed from his statement that there's no explicit condemnation of the illegality of Donald Trump's actions. There's no explicit condemnation of the illegality of Netanyahu's actions. And despite having the entire Easter break to think about it, there is explicitly no new financial support for households on these isles whatsoever, despite the fact that in Ireland they've put down €750 billion worth of support for motorists and farmers. The best he can muster is to continue to monitor the effects. Now, I appreciate that he might not be in office for very much longer, but whilst he is, the public expect him to provide support. Why isn't he?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll remind him that we put in support and protection for our citizens in the region by taking defensive action. He opposed that. Protection for Scottish citizens in the Gulf, and they opposed taking any action whatsoever. It is only because we've stabilised the economy we are able to reduce energy bills. What did they do? They voted against the budget in which we put forward the money for this. So we will carefully do the work that we need to do, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is the single most effective thing we can do in relation to household costs, and to work for de-escalation. I would have thought that he would have supported that, but unfortunately, again, he's on the opportunistic road rather than the road to support what we really need to do.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank my right honourable friend for all that he's doing towards de-escalating the conflict in the Middle East, and also to agree with him in terms of not getting drawn into this conflict. But could I ask him about Palestine, and particularly the West Bank? Does my right honourable friend agree with more than 30 former UK ambassadors that any bidder for contracts to design, build or finance the E1 settlement expansions should endanger their business interests in and with the UK?
Well, Clyde, thank you for raising this, and it's very important that we don't lose focus on what's happening in the West Bank. It is deeply concerning and deeply worrying, and in relation to the E1 settlements, I made the position clear, I think, the week before last, and that remains the position.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a crisis, governments have permission to do things that are not possible in normal times. But I'm worried that what the Prime Minister is going to bring forward will not meet the measure of the moment. Can he commit to the House that when it comes to energy policy, he will dramatically change it so that it focuses as much on cheap energy as clean energy? And when it comes to the desperate need to increase defence spending, will he look at serious welfare reform that stops someone who is earning the national living wage working full-time, sometimes only getting half as much as someone on the three main benefits?
Can I thank him for his question? In relation to the cost of energy, yes, of course, we have to focus on the cost of energy. And there's simply no denying the fact that it's because we're on the international market that our energy prices are going up and down. And families across the country are really fed up with the fact that international events happen which they can't control, and their energy bills go up and down, causing a cost of living crisis. That is because we're on the international fossil fuel market. There's no denying that. And that will be the case so long as we're on that market, because that controls the price. Putin and Iran control the price of the international market, and the longer we're on it, the more our families will be subjected to that. We have to take control of energy bills. The only way to do that is through energy independence. It's the only way to do it, and that's why I think we need to double down on going faster and further in relation to that. Yes, of course, oil and gas will be part of the mix for many years to come. Been very clear about that, but equally clear that that won't have an effect on the price and the cost of energy bills. The only thing that will have an effect on the price and cost of bills is coming off the international market that we're stuck with. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is so important. We don't get that much energy in oil and gas coming out of or coming through the Strait, but it's because we're on the international market that we're impacted by the fact that others do. That is the source of the problem. That's why we're working so hard to resolve it.
John Trickett.
Sir, and can I echo the comments about the President's statement on Easter Sunday, that in an evening he could destroy a 2,500-year-old civilization. But on the question of the Straits of Hormuz, isn't it clear that the Straits were open before the President foolishly launches illegal war? And can I ask the Prime Minister to say quite clearly that no British military assets or brave personnel would be put at risk in a foolish idea to blockade the Straits even further, which came from the President yesterday?
Thank you for that. It is, of course, Iran that's putting in the chokehold on the Strait. That is wrong, and the strength of feeling across the Gulf last week was very, very clear to me. I can assure him that we are not getting involved in the proposal to blockade the Strait. On the contrary, we're working with other countries to try and get the Strait open and fully open for free navigation, something this country has championed for years and years and years.
Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the US President impersonated Jesus Christ. Last week, he pledged to wipe out an entire civilization. His warmongering in the Middle East is piling on the pressure for my constituents in East and Wharton, from prices at the pump to mortgage increases in the midst of a cost of living crisis. So given the disturbing utterances from the occupant of the White House and the squeeze on our living standards, surely the future is across the channel towards Europe. And I note that the Prime Minister gave a line, presumably for the local elections, about alignment with Europe, but could he give more detail on what this means for defence and for security and for prosperity?
Well, a close relationship for with the EU and Europe was in our manifesto in 2024, which was a very successful manifesto. And we've been working to that end ever since, which is why we had the first UK EU summit last year with agreed 10 strands. It's why I've been clear that we want to go further this year, not just in seeing where we've got to on what we've already agreed, but going further than that, because it is in our interest, whether it's defence, security, energy or the economy, to be closer to Europe, and that's what we're endeavouring to do.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and welcome his convening of a summit of leaders alongside President Macron. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Lebanon is devastating. Israeli escalation has led to a grave humanitarian situation. The images of civilians being carpet-bombed are horrifying. I want to reiterate what the Foreign Affairs Committee heard today. We met with ambassadors from the Gulf. They expressed their genuine appreciation for the Prime Minister's presence and Britain's continuing support. Can I ask the Prime Minister to continue to represent the voices of our constituents and to resist escalation, include Lebanon in the ceasefire, and to press for peace?
Can I assure her we'll make the case for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire, and we will continue with our work to de-escalate and not get drawn into this war?
Kit Moulton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all hear the Prime Minister's words about Lebanon, but surely the lesson of the last 2.5 years is that his words and the words of anybody in this House have no impact on an Israeli government seemingly led by supremacist maniacs. Now, before Easter, I asked the Foreign Secretary how many Lebanese was an acceptable number to see killed over the coming weeks, and we've learnt over the Easter break that there's seemingly no upper limit before we're willing to act. So I wanted to ask the Prime Minister a simple question. Given that he proudly, quite rightly, proudly pointed to the part Britain is playing in defending other nations in the region, why have we not stepped forward to defend Lebanese civilians in the same way that we have others? And secondly, a simple question, if you can't answer that one, does Lebanon have a right to exist?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him for raising this really serious issue, and I think the immediate focus has to be ensuring that Lebanon is in the ceasefire and being absolutely clear in our condemnation of the action that Israel is taking. We are working on that on a number of levels, but I always believe and continue to believe that we are stronger when we work with other countries, and that's what we're endeavouring to do.
Polly Billington.
Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his statement, and I note the emphasis he has on the no return to the status quo, particularly in relation to the importance of energy independence. Will he acknowledge that we are now entering a new energy era, and perhaps he agrees with President von der Leyen, who today has said, here is one thing that all these events are making clear. We are paying a very high price for our over-dependency on fossil fuels, and the grim reality for our continent is fossil fuel energy will remain the most expensive option in the years to come.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the argument that I've been making, and I believe to be right. It's the argument the Leader of the Opposition used to make, but she's U-turned on that as well.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All our constituents are worried about the price of energy, the price of gas. But is the Prime Minister aware that the price of gas in the US has fallen 20% since the start of this war, while the price of gas in the UK has increased by 50%, proving, Prime Minister, that if we produce and consume our gas domestically, we can have much lower bills, proving why we must allow the consents for Jackdaw, for Rosebank and all of the oil fields across the North Sea and onshore as well.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I remind myself that his party's position was to fully support the war, go in with both feet, whatever the consequences. Now he says there are these consequences. Well, they should have thought about that before they adopted the policy of going straight in. But, Mr. Speaker, on the question of energy and gas, yes, the price is subject to the international market because we're on the international market. That is why the sooner we have energy independence, the better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Trump's illegal war on Iran and his genocidal threat to kill a whole civilization are part and parcel of a dangerous new US security plan. The Trump doctrine is based upon yet more war and tearing up international law, making the whole world less safe. Prime Minister, given that, isn't it time for Britain to stop being a junior partner to the US and pursue a truly independent foreign policy? And shouldn't the very first step be to end all US access to British military bases for Trump's war on Iran?
We have British civilians in the Gulf region, about 300,000. And they are at risk because of Iran's actions, and it's my duty to ensure that we protect them. That is why we've taken action in our own right, particularly with our pilots. It is also why I've allowed the bases to be used for defensive purposes to prevent those attacks on our civilians as much as anything else who are in the region. And I'm never going to abandon them to their fate when there is incoming missiles and drones into the areas where they are living and where they are working. It's my duty to protect them, and I'll continue to do so.
Sir Berninger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Prime Minister just remind some of his colleagues that the United States is a democracy and an ally, and Iran is an odious regime that could have ended the war this weekend had they agreed to give up their ambitions for nuclear weapons and to cease supporting their proxy terrorist organisations around the Middle East? And wouldn't it be helpful if the Prime Minister said a bit more of criticism of the Iranian regime rather than supporting his colleagues and criticising the United States?
Mr. Speaker, in fairness, I've been very clear about the Iranian regime. It is odious, as he rightly points out. It is really important that they do not have the nuclear capability and that we deal with their proxies. And that has been the consistent position of this government and previous governments, to be fair, and it's been the way in which I put it from the dispatch box on many, many occasions.
Hamid Jassim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister for his efforts to keep the UK out of Donald Trump's latest dangerous attempt to end a blockade by creating another. I also commend Pakistan's attempt to broker peace and the UK government's work with now over 30 countries to pursuit of a diplomatic solution. But if the strait remains closed, what plans does the government have to protect UK households and businesses from impact on energy supplies, trade and rising costs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're planning for all contingencies, but I emphasise once again that our absolute focus has to be on getting the strait open. Having spoken to shipping, finance, insurance, etc., they're very clear with me that they're not going to be putting vessels through whilst there is a conflict, and therefore we must de-escalate and come up with that credible plan. We will do that in conjunction with other countries, and that's why President Macron and I are convening the summit later this year, relating this week, building on the work we've been doing over the last few weeks.
Mr.
Speaker, in its statement, the Prime Minister said that he wanted to double down on NATO. But President Trump has attempted to use the NATO alliance, or threat to withdraw from it, to blackmail other NATO countries into joining his illegal endeavour in Iran. He's also threatened to annex the sovereign territory of another NATO member. He has said that NATO members weren't there for the US in Iraq. It is clear that the US is an unreliable partner in NATO. So will the Prime Minister announce when he is going to release the defence investment plan, and will he explain how we can forge closer ties with our European allies who are more reliable?
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for his question. And the first thing I'd say is it's very important that we defend NATO. It's the single most effective military alliance the world has ever known, and we should do nothing to weaken it. I do think that there should be a stronger European element on defence and security. It's an argument I've been making for some time. It's particularly important now that Europe steps up with a stronger European element, and we're working with our allies to do that.
Alison Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and his positive efforts on the issue of the Straits of Hormuz. Last week, I met with farmers in Whitby who are deeply concerned about the skyrocketing price of red diesel. In January, the fuel cost was 64 pence per litre, and it has since doubled. With the busiest period of the farming calendar approaching, can the Prime Minister outline what measures the government is considering to support farmers impacted by these rising costs?
Can I assure her that we have been looking at that in the various meetings we've been having, particularly the red diesel question, and looking at contingencies. But in addition to planning for those contingencies, it is really important that we double down on our work to de-escalate and to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Tom Tugendhat.
Mr. Speaker, may I quote the Prime Minister, who told us just a few moments ago that the bills for energy are going to stay down until July, but he also correctly said that we do not set the global price for oil and gas. Is the Prime Minister making an enormous gamble on the energy price, and how much money has he set aside in order to ensure that bills stay down even if prices rise? I'm not sure if he's aware, but the last tanker to leave the Strait of Hormuz and bring fuel to the UK docked only a few days ago. The last tanker to arrive in the US waters will be arriving in a day or two, and after that we're on our own. Is he taking that bet, and who's going to pay for it?
Can I thank him for reminding the House that we are reducing energy bills? We have done that already by an average £100 per household, and that will remain the case until the end of June, until July of this year. It's very important that people hear that message, because they are concerned, and they're concerned to know that that will be the case whatever happens in the conflict, and it is. That decision was taken as a result of what we did at the budget last year, where we were able to stabilise the economy and provide the money for it, because we're bearing down on the cost of living.
Paul Wall.
Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for refusing to allow the UK to be dragged into America's war in Iran, a war that's hitting my constituents directly in the pocket and at the petrol pumps. But he rightly mentioned the people of Palestine earlier, and can I remind him that last week the former heads of Shin Bet and Mossad security services and former IDF chiefs of staff described the ongoing settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank as, I quote, government-sponsored Jewish terrorism, which is not only a moral disgrace but a fatal strategic blow to Israel's own national security. So can I urge the PM to condemn the settler violence, condemn Israel's refusal to tackle it, condemn Israel's expansion of illegal settlements, and also to back the Pope, who said that peace should be the priority?
Can I thank him for raising the question of settler violence, because it is disturbing, it is wrong, and it's escalated, as he knows better than most, and that's been our clear position, to call it out and to do everything we can in relation to that settler violence, which is getting worse by the day, not better by the day.
Mike Martin.
The crisis has laid bare the parlous state of the British military, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, the three main parties of government should put aside the blame game and accept that we all have played our part in getting the British military into the state that it's in now. For over a year, the Liberal Democrats have been asking for cross-party talks on how to get to 3%. I'm glad the Conservatives have now joined us. We've spoken about defence bonds. I'm sure the Conservatives have got ideas. I'm sure the government has ideas. Can we please, Madam Deputy Speaker, this could be the Prime Minister's legacy, can we please get together in the national interest and talk about how to increase defence spending?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do need to increase defence spending. I've been clear about that. But can I just make the case that our military have been hard at work throughout this conflict from within about 2 hours of the conflict starting. That means hours and hours of the pilots taking incoming missiles to safeguard our citizens, our interests and those in the Gulf. And when I was there last week, all of the leaders I met were at pains to thank us for what our military is doing. And we're too quick sometimes to run them down. They've done a lot of brave work, particularly in the last 6 to 7 weeks, and I thank them for that work.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for all his efforts, not least, of course, in the last few days. I'm a little concerned that because many of us have a difference with the way President Trump talks and the actions he's taken in terms of Iran, and obviously it's something we don't agree with on this side of the House, I am a little concerned that we shouldn't get mixed up in the fact between what President Trump says and his view and what the Congress and Senate think in the United States of America. Because when you talk to them, there is significant and overwhelming support for NATO and for Europe. And I think it's important we actually remember that, because our relationship in America is very, very important, not least in terms of NATO. And I hope that the Prime Minister will comment on that.
Can I thank him for that? And he's right to draw attention to the broad support there is for NATO in the United States, and always has been. And whilst it is true we should do more for a stronger European element in NATO, we should never pull away from NATO, which, as I say, has been the single most effective military alliance the world has ever known.
Afra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The war in the Middle East is having a real effect on my constituents in Chester South and Eddisbury
from fuel to fertiliser, prices are increasing and action needs to be taken to alleviate the consequences. While there are immediate steps that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor should be taking, not least reversing the planned increase in fuel duty, the bigger picture involves reopening the Strait of Hormuz. What thought has been given to the role the UK can play in clearing the Strait of mines? And in particular, did the Prime Minister raise the potential deployment of our autonomous minesweeping capabilities, which are already in the region, during his discussions?
Can I thank her for her question? She's absolutely right in relation to opening the Strait and playing our part. There is the political and diplomatic element, but there is also the military capability. What we're doing with the countries that we've brought together in a loose coalition and will meet in person later this week is to look across those capabilities and draw them together. We do have capabilities when it comes to minesweeping. I won't go into operational details, but she knows what they are. And obviously, as we look across the board with President Macron and others, part of that exercise will be, and the military planners have been looking at this, to look at how we can pull together the capabilities of all the countries that are prepared to work with us on this. We've got at least a couple of dozen that we've been working with for the last 2 weeks, and we'll be doing that further this week.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's leadership in supporting our regional partners and our national interests, in particular that of free navigation. But this lies out with our most immediate security problem, which is defending Europe from Russian attack in all of its forms. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we should recognise Russian-Iranian cooperation and that we must not let this distract from our urgent need to collectively rearm and defend our country and the continent of Europe?
Well, can I thank him for drawing attention to this really important issue, which is the relationship between Russia and Iran and the assistance that Russia has given to Iran in relation to the intelligence that's being used during the conflict. And we must never lose sight of the fact that we're facing a war on two fronts, and Russia is a huge threat to our continent and to our country.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Will the Defence Investment Plan be signed before the local elections on the 7th of May?
Mr Speaker, we're working to finalise the Defence Investment Plan. It's really important that we don't make the mistakes the last government made. We inherited plans which were unfunded and not deliverable. And it's really important, therefore, that our plan is robust. We're finalising it, but it will be a robust plan that serves for the future defence and protection of this country.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We now know that an agreement was about to be reached on the uranium enrichment by Iran. However, Israel decides to bomb Iran, as did the USA, joining and doing an illegal, immoral, dangerous war of choice. And even during the ceasefire, which included Lebanon, Israel continues to bomb South Lebanon and Beirut, displacing millions of people. This is typical of Israel. Just before an agreement is reached, it kills negotiators and bombs the countries. Now, these are not faraway conflicts. My constituents of Bolton South and Walkden are paying the price for it by higher fuel costs, raising mortgages and household bills. So can I ask the Prime Minister, what additional steps is he taking to help the constituents of my area, but also the country and the world to bring peace, unlike, of course, members opposite who seems to be finding it very amusing?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is precisely why we're working with other countries to de-escalate the situation and get the Strait of Hormuz open. As I said in my statement, that is not going to be easy, but notwithstanding that challenge, we'll continue to do so.
Any chance?
Deputy Speaker, in the Prime Minister's 17-page statement, there was not one word of condemnation of the actions of the US, despite the fact that they started this legal war and that last week Trump threatened to wipe out an entire civilization. Now, the Prime Minister did rightly condemn the horrific Israeli attacks on Lebanon, but we all know that the war criminal Netanyahu just ignores what we say because there are no consequences. So will the Prime Minister take action, sanctions on Netanyahu, withdraw all permission for the US to use UK bases and UK airspaces to make clear that we will not be an accomplice to the rogue actions of Donald Trump, which endanger us all.
The US are using the basis to attack the Iranian capability to fire missiles into the region, including at our citizens and our nationals. You'll have seen the images going into hotels, going to the bases where our military are based. Is she seriously suggesting that we should reduce the protection for our people in the region and expose them to attacks they wouldn't otherwise be exposed to? That, to me, is a dereliction of duty, and I will never do that.
John McDonnell.
I actually think the House is at one with the Prime Minister with regard to the inclusion of Lebanon in the ceasefire. The problem that we face is that today there's been more airstrikes against the Lebanese, and the Israeli artillery are now shelling Lebanese cities and towns. And for many of us, we feel it is because Netanyahu actually is out of control, and Donald Trump is not willing to exert that control or influence to bring him into line. So can I suggest to the Prime Minister, in his next discussions with the European leaders that he's successfully convening, can he place on the agenda now a comprehensive European sanctions strategy so that we can exert some influence on preventing Netanyahu, as I say, running out of control and actually creating problems for the globe, not just the Middle East?
Can I thank him for his question? And clearly Lebanon should be included in the ceasefire. And let's be clear, these attacks must stop, and we need to be really clear about that. And we will work with our allies on both those issues.
Ben Objective.
We know that the Defence Investment Plan was originally due to be published last year. As it's a 10-year plan, will it be a 10-year plan from publication in this financial year, 2026-27? And does that change the cost envelope? Is it a 10-year plan now or a 9-year plan in terms of the way it's being financed?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm so sorry. It's a 10-year plan, and it mirrors our strategic review. But of course, obviously, it sits alongside the defence spending commitments that we have made and we're implementing with the 2.5% and the commitments that I made at the NATO summit last year.
Absana Begum.
The House has repeatedly been told that the government has permitted the US to use British military bases for defensive purposes only. But amidst the widespread US targeting of civilian infrastructure in Iran, including schools, hospitals and bridges, we have not been told how these restrictions work in practice. Could the Prime Minister confirm whether the US military aircraft have taken off from RAF Fairford or Lakenheath carrying heavy munition payloads? If so, whether there is any US operational policy for action from our bases in place approved by this government? And if not, is it the case that the working definition of defensive action here is simply don't ask, don't tell?
Well, let me assure her in the House that isn't the position. It's for defensive action only. I'm particularly concerned to make sure we take every measure available to protect our nationals in the region. There are very many of them. Not only is it defensive action, but it's monitored and has been monitored since the bases began being used.
Dr Al Pinkerton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister is absolutely right to suggest that the tremors provoked by this conflict will reverberate long after the kinetic fighting has finished. And there's perhaps no greater example of that than in Cyprus, where government officials, all the way up to the level of the Prime Minister, have questioned Britain's continuing sovereignty over our sovereign base areas in Cyprus. So can I ask the Prime Minister what he has done to reassure the Cypriots, to reassure the Cypriot government that Britain is a trusted and reliable neighbour and partner, and that our continuing sovereignty is immutable?
Can I thank him for raising this and assure him I've spoken to the President a number of times in this regard about the basis, about security in particular, which is of course a concern to him and his public, and those discussions are ongoing.
Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This war, which we are rightly playing no part in, has my constituents fearing for the future, not least in terms of rising energy and fuel costs. And this underlines the crucial importance of bringing down the cost of energy and securing energy independence. But will the Prime Minister reassure my constituents in Crewe and Nantwich that while this government is rightly taking the necessary steps to provide us with long-term energy security through renewable energy and new nuclear, that the government will go further in the short term to tackle some of the profiteering that is happening and to directly support hard-pressed families and small businesses in my constituency with the cost?
Yes, we will bear down on any profiteering at the same time as pushing forward at speed for energy independence.
John Lamont.
I can ask the Prime Minister about one particular consequence of this war in the Middle East, and that's the rising cost of heating oil, diesel and petrol. Now, everyone is struggling. I've spoken to many businesses and people who are really struggling to pay their bills, but the UK Government and the Scottish Government's support is only for people claiming benefits. So when will the Government reconsider this approach and ensure that everybody, working people and businesses, are also getting sufficient support as well?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we'll set out the plans as they develop. Some of the ways in which we protect and support has to be universal, and in fact the cut in energy bills that's through to the end of June is universal. But we're looking at the most appropriate support on a wider basis.
Dame Chiunwara.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Fresh from a weekend knocking on doors, I can confirm to the Prime Minister that on the streets of Newcastle Central and West, there is no appetite for further involvement in this war. Now, there are some, including apparently the leader of the opposition, who say that while they might not have chosen to start the war, now that the bombs are flying, we have no choice but to support our allies. So can the Prime Minister confirm that President Trump's America is not a reliable ally, that the Prime Minister Netanyahu's Israel is not a reliable ally, and that we have to work with our reliable allies in Europe to end this conflict and ensure that working people in this country do not pick up the bill?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we work with Americans on a daily basis on defence, security and intelligence. It's really important that I reiterate that position to the House, and of course we're working with them in relation to the use of our bases to take the action that's necessary to protect our civilians and our nationals. At the same time, we need to work more closely with our European allies on defence, security, on energy and on the economy.
Ben Lake.
The Prime Minister was right to mention the untold economic damage that this crisis has already wrought on households and businesses across the country due to increased fuel costs. But does he also share my concerns and those of the agricultural sector that a prolonged closure of the Strait may also feed through to higher food inflation? And can I ask him what measures the government is considering to help mitigate the potential consequences of a prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz?
Can I thank him for drawing attention to that, because there will be consequential impacts beyond the immediate impact on energy, and that's why we're monitoring, keeping under review the steps that we can take. But I go back to my opening point, really, which is the absolute focus has to be on getting the Strait reopened as quickly as possible, because all the time that is closed to free navigation, the damage that's being done is being compounded, and that's why it's really important that we work with our allies to that end.
Justin Madders.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week President Trump was making the most outrageous and dire threats in order to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This week he wants to keep it shut, so I wonder if the Prime Minister can shed any light on what the United States' strategic objective is behind this latest move, what can be done to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and what this government can do more to protect our people from the economic consequences of this mess.
Let me be clear, I want the Strait open, not shut. And that is what we've been working on for the last few weeks and will continue to work on. And that's why when I spoke to President Macron yesterday, we proposed pulling together a leaders-level summit later this year to continue the work they're already doing. But to be very clear with him in the House, that is to keep the Strait, or to get the Strait fully open, because that is the single most effective way to limit the damage that is being done to all of our economies.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister was in the Middle East, did the subject of the UK's dependence on helium come up because it is an element which we don't produce in the UK and is vital for things like MRI scans in the NHS.
Well, we did discuss a range of issues. I won't go into all of the details, but we did agree that where we're working together already, we should double down and do even more in relation to resilience in particular, which goes to her question, both economically and defensively, and we'll take forward that work.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Prime Minister's continued clarity on the need for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire. But Israel's tactics in Lebanon, forced displacement, evacuation orders, 165 children killed and 87 medical workers killed, are straight out of their Gaza playbook. Does the Prime Minister agree that in Lebanon, as in Palestine, there must be proper accountability for these war crimes, because this age of impunity puts us all in greater danger?
Well, I'm grateful for her question. It absolutely shows why we must keep pushing for Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire. It's vitally important that we do so. And of course, there must be accountability for all the actions that are taken in any respect in this conflict.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been overwhelmed at the number of my constituents in Edinburgh West who've written to me over the past 2 weeks about the situation in the Gulf. They are, of course, concerned about their energy bills and the cost of living. But overwhelmingly, they are outraged at the actions of all the actors in this: Iran, Israel and the United States. And what they want from their government is more and stronger leadership on the international stage to open the Straits of Hormuz. So will the Prime Minister consider going to the United Nations with an emergency motion to the Security Council to get that done and to condemn the actions in the Middle East?
Well, as she probably knows, we have been supporting measures in the UN over the last 2 weeks, particularly some of those that were put forward by our Gulf allies, and I had the opportunity to discuss those last week in the Gulf. We will continue to work with them and others on building the necessary coalition to do all that we can to get the Strait open.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome the tough stance of the Prime Minister in response to the demands of President Trump to get involved in this conflict, and his commitment that Lebanon must be part of the ceasefire. Our constituents need us to give them hope that they will not have to continue to live in a world which is driven by the uncertainty of when the White House takes to Truth Social. We can do things to de-escalate conflict, and one of those things is to support the two-state solution in Israel and Palestine, which he knows is at the heart of much uncertainty in the Middle East. Given that the conduct of the settlers on the West Bank directly undermines the possibility of peace and the possibility of a Palestinian state, will he commit to including their conduct in his conversations about the ceasefire and how we can give hope to people in the Middle East and peace to the people around the world?
Can I reiterate to her in the House our support for the two-state solution is the only way for a viable long-term peace in the region. And, of course, the settler violence is a threat to that. It's wrong in principle, in addition to that, and will continue to bear down on it.
Rick Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For years, well before this conflict took place, members from all sides of this House have called on the government of the day to prescribe the IRGC. Whether it's been the Prime Minister answering or other ministers, there has always been a pivot to economic sanctions against the IRGC. We know that the Iranian regime have found ways through cryptocurrency and fake corporate structures to evade those sanctions. So what assessment has the Prime Minister made of the effectiveness of UK sanctions against Tehran, and on the presumption that those sanctions are failing, what precise action is he going to take to strengthen them?
Can I thank him for his questions? The IRGC has been sanctioned in its entirety. In relation to what more we can do, obviously we've been looking at state-based threats, which will almost certainly require legislation. He will be familiar with the review in that regard. So I think there are further things that we can do, and hopefully we can work across the House on some of those issues.
Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear now there was no plan behind this reckless war, and the resulting energy crisis is going to have huge impacts, both here in the UK and around the world. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his cool-headed approach in the face of pressure from the leaders of Reform and the Conservatives to follow the US blindly into this war? And does the Prime Minister also agree with me that it demonstrates how important it is that we finally get off the fossil fuel rollercoaster and continue our record investment in green energy?
Thank you. On both fronts, it was very important from the start that we made clear that we wouldn't be playing any part in this war, not least because of the consequences. And what the war has flushed out is the need to get off the international market and to have independence of energy bills in this country.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, British drones flew over Lebanon hours before and after the Israeli massacre, which killed at least 18 people in Bekaa Valley City, among 300 people across the region that day. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know UK drones and surveillance flights have been used to feed operational information to the IDF during the genocide in Gaza, and it is deeply concerning that this may now be the case in Lebanon. Will the Prime Minister confirm if these flights were coordinated with the Lebanese army? Was intelligence shared with Israel or with the United States? What is our armed forces' role in this land grab and ethnic cleansing? And have any weapons supplied by the UK to Israel been used in Lebanon?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been clear throughout, and I'll be clear with him. This government is guided by the principle that any action we take anywhere in the world must have a lawful basis, and that's the principle I've applied throughout this conflict and throughout the time this government has been in power.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend the Prime Minister and also the leadership from the Foreign Secretary and also the NSA, I'm sure, in the work that's being done. And I welcome the news about trying to resolve the issues in the Strait of Hormuz. But I share concerns that have been voiced around the chamber here about the situation in Lebanon and also the West Bank. But closer to home, the Resolution Foundation have quoted that median working age households will be hit by £480 additional cost this year. What they're describing in my constituency is the cost of Trump. So will the Prime Minister explain more about what can be done to assist households here in the UK?
Well, the single most important thing is to de-escalate and get the Strait of Hormuz open, and that's why we're working so hard with other countries in order to do so, because the impact that it's having on our economy, and undoubtedly is affected by how long the strait remains closed for, and that's why we have to focus on that.
Harriet Cross.
Deputy Speaker, the price of energy is obviously important, but as important is the security of supply. And whether the government like it or not, over 70% of our energy comes from oil and gas. And the events of the last month must be a wake-up call to them that we must secure our supply. Luckily, we do have a secure supply under the North Sea. But, and although his government ministers might say otherwise, his government's policies are meaning that we cannot produce it. When is he going to get serious about our energy security and end the ban on new licences, end the EPL, permit Rosebank and Jackdaw, and finally get the UK drilling again?
Mr. Speaker, oil and gas will be part of the mix for many years to come. I've been very clear about that. Oil and gas is being produced 24/7 every day in relation to our energy supply, and it's really important that it does. That will be part of the mix. But equally, if we're to get to energy independence, which we need to go further and faster on renewables.
Sonia Kumar.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister's statement and commend his leadership in steering the UK clear from the Iran conflict and blockade. During this war, healthcare centres, hospitals and ambulances have been attacked, and the Iranians now face acute shortages of care and medicines. What action is the Prime Minister taking to press all parties to comply with international humanitarian law and end the attack on healthcare infrastructure?
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be really clear. Any attack on healthcare infrastructure is completely unacceptable, and that is why we've been very clear in relation to our own actions and the actions of anybody else. They must have a lawful basis, and that's the starting point for all of the work that we're doing.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister rightly in his statement referred to defence security and energy security, but he made no reference to food security, which feels like a glaring omission given the impact of the doubling of red diesel on the farmers who produce our food. And I wonder if he's even aware that, outrageously, England is now the only country in the UK and in the whole of Europe that does not use its farm payment scheme to actively support its farmers to produce food. In these troubled times, does he agree with me now that's a glaring omission also? Will he turn around and change it?
Thank you for raising this. Food security is really important. I mean, it actually comes under energy security in a sense because it's the energy costs that are pushing or could have the effect of pushing in relation to food security. And that's why it's very important that we do focus where we are focusing on, which is de-escalating the situation and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Resorting to violence doesn't achieve anything but has left 2,000 Lebanese dead and 1.2 million displaced. And as the Prime Minister is demonstrating, bilateral and multilateral dialogue is the way forward to get progressive change. Instead of just looking at increasing the defence budget, would he also look at increasing investment in diplomacy and development, which is really crucial in this ever-increasing destabilised world?
Can I thank her? I think that the work we're doing with other countries has to start with the political and the diplomatic. Of course, we're looking at military planning, but you can't have military planning without the diplomacy, because it's absolutely clear to me that the Strait of Hormuz will not allow for safe passage until there's a ceasefire in place, and all of the sectors involved in vessels going through the Strait are clear that they won't be putting their vessels through until that is the situation. So she's absolutely right about diplomacy.
Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister is absolutely correct to praise the service of our armed forces personnel, and I join him in doing so, but they are being let down by the failure to deliver the Defence Investment Plan. That failure can only be the result of either inertia or incompetence within government. Which one is it?
Speaker, I remind you, they hollowed out the armed forces. They reduced our... They hollowed out the armed forces. They didn't increase defence spending. The last time we were at 2.5% was under the last Labour government. Now we're under this Labour government. So I appreciate all the advice, but after 14 years of failure, I don't really need that advice.
Madam Deputy Speaker, from Iran to Russia, the major security threats we face are pan-European challenges, and the Prime Minister has referenced the need and our intention to work more closely with our European allies within NATO. Can you set out what more we can do to be ambitious with those allies on the continent to strengthen our defence and security partnerships, especially in the run-up to the EU-UK summit in the summer?
Well, I'm grateful. I do think there's more we can do on defence and security, particularly collaborating, cooperating about the particular capability in addition to the amount of money we're spending, and that's what we're focusing on with our allies in the EU.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain's military cooperation with the USA and Israel has enabled Israel to commit acts of genocide against the people of Gaza, the Palestinian people, and has enabled the United States to undertake this massive illegal bombardment of Iran. Could he assure the House that from now on the military cooperation and supply of weapons and parts to both Israel and the United States will be suspended whilst this appalling war goes on in Iran, which is a danger, not just to the peace of the whole region, but clearly a danger to the peace of the whole world?
Can I assure him and the House that the permission to use our bases is strictly for defensive purposes, and in particular to protect our nationals who are in the region. We've got 200,000 or 300,000 of our nationals in the region. Iranian strikes were coming into the region, into the Gulf states that I visited last week, hitting infrastructure, deliberately aimed at our service personnel, and it's my duty to protect them, and I will continue to do so.
Dixon.
I'd like to join the Prime Minister in thanking our armed forces who are protecting British citizens in the Middle East, and thank him on behalf of my constituents for his cool-headed leadership and firm decision not to join Trump's illegal war. Could he reassure my constituents worried about the cost of energy that he's doing everything within his power to secure peace, to reopen the Straits of Hormuz, and to ensure consumers are protected against rocketing energy prices?
Can I give her that assurance? That's what we've been doing particularly intensely in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and we'll continue to do it later this week when President Macron and I host the summit together.
Going further and faster on renewables is entirely compatible with new licences in the North Sea. And my constituents can see that the Prime Minister has very little power to reopen the Straits of Hormuz and total power to order Jackdaw, Rosebank and new licences in the North Sea. How can he stand there and say that energy independence is the goal while he desperately tries to get oil and gas from elsewhere, which he could do little about, and refuses to overrule his insane Secretary of State for Energy and make sure that we produce, I withdraw that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the crazy policies of the Secretary of State for Energy, who insists on not producing it here. It makes no sense. Prime Minister, get a learning, get a teaching, but make sure it's not with him.
As I say, oil and gas is part of the mix for many years to come. Decisions on Jackdaw and Rosebank, according to the legislative procedure, that's the right way to do it. But we could legislate; it'd probably take longer. Mr. Speaker, that would be part of the mix. But the long term, the only way to get energy independence is to go further and faster on renewables, and that's what we're doing.
Harry Gardner.
Japan, Turkey, China and India have already been in negotiation with Iran to try and secure safe passage for their vessels through the Straits of Hormuz. The Prime Minister was absolutely right to visit the Gulf states and their leaders, but he knows the importance of the Straits to those economies. Did he receive any assurance from them that they would not try and negotiate with Iran to salvage their own economies, because any tacit acceptance by them of the right of Iran to control the Straits would set a terrible precedent and empower Iran's leverage towards its nuclear ambitions?
Can I assure him on that front, because this came up in all the conversations I had, and there's absolute clarity amongst all the leaders that I spoke with, that there mustn't be any conditions, mustn't be any tolls or anything that increases the chokehold in relation to the Strait of Hormuz. In relation to that strait in particular, very important to the Gulf, but also we've fought for the principle of freedom of navigation for many, many years, and for good reason.
Manuela Pertigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of Trump's illegal war in Iran, we witnessed the bombing of the school, which killed at least 168 people, including 110 children. So, can the Prime Minister tell the House whether the UK government has agreed a no-strike list of civilian infrastructure that must not be hit by US planes launching missions from UK military bases?
Let me be really clear about that, because there must be a lawful basis for anything we do, and that includes what happens from our bases, which is why I've been very clear about the use of the bases and why we're monitoring the use of the bases on the terms that we set out.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since we last met in this place, the President of the United States has had at least 3 positions in relation to the Strait of Hormuz. First of all, he said that it was not in his interest because the US didn't need it and didn't use it. Then he speculated that actually it might be a good idea to have tolls on ships passing through the Strait with Iran in a joint venture, and now today he is overseeing a blockade. Given those incredibly erratic comments, can I commend the Prime Minister for his consistent and calm leadership, which stands in such clear contrast? And can I ask the Prime Minister if he agrees with me that ultimately this conflict will be concluded not by posts on social media, but by patient and persistent diplomacy?
Well, can I agree with him? And I think that is precisely why we're pursuing that patient diplomacy, which is an essential first step to getting the Strait open, and will continue to do so.
Alan Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister about food security. In a response to an earlier question, he suggested that the answer to food security was to have further and faster on renewable energy. But does he recognise that carpeting some of the country's best, indeed some of the world's best farmland in Lincolnshire in solar panels is counterproductive to that aim? Prime Minister.
I don't think it's counterproductive, but just to be really clear, the most important thing on food security is getting the de-escalation and the Strait of Hormuz open, and that's why we're convening a number of countries, have been for the last 2.5 weeks and will do again later this week, to operate at all levels to try and get that done as quickly as possible. I understand the impact on the farmers in her constituency and across the United Kingdom, and that is why we have to have that absolute focus in the work that we're doing.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today. He will know that Yom HaShoah, a Jewish commemoration of 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust, begins tonight. We must never forget. But as this powerful memorial begins, Benjamin Netanyahu continues to flout international laws by bombing innocent civilians in Lebanon and intimidating Palestinians in the West Bank under the cover of the US-Iran situation. So what can the UK do to support the victims of Netanyahu and stop his ongoing destructive actions in all areas?
Well, I thank her for her question. That's why it's so important that we stay anchored in our principles and our values, foremost of which is that any action that we take or support must have a lawful basis.
Brendan O'Hara.
Madam Deputy Speaker, following his ill-conceived illegal war on Iran, President Trump has now sent the US Navy to block the Straits of Hormuz. Already this year, Trump has unlawfully invaded Venezuela and has threatened to annex Greenland, invade Cuba and quit NATO. He even accused UK troops and those of our allies of cowardice before launching an unprecedented attack on the integrity of Pope Leo. Clearly there is nothing sacred or off-limits to this man, yet there was not a single mention of Donald Trump in the Prime Minister's statement. So given the catalogue of illegality and bullying, does the Prime Minister still believe that President Trump is a stable, reliable and trustworthy ally?
Can I remind him that every day we work with the US on defence, security and intelligence sharing. The intelligence, when I say the US administration, the US, I mean President Trump, he's the president, yes. We share intelligence on a daily basis. That intelligence, that safeguards many people in all countries across the United Kingdom, and it would be foolhardy, in my view, to give up that co-work that we do, which is vitally important and safeguards the lives and interests of so many people in this country on a daily basis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the PM for his statement today. The disruption in the Strait of Hormuz is having a real and growing impact on ordinary working people across the world and in my constituency of Blackpool South, who many are already struggling to make ends meet, something the Prime Minister and I discussed a few weeks ago when we met. So can the Prime Minister update the House and my constituents in Blackpool South what steps he is taking to resolve this issue as quickly as possible?
Yes, and I know this will be of interest to his constituents, many of whom are worried by what they're seeing on their screens, but also the knowledge that it may impact them on the cost of living. And I can assure them that that is the reason that we are working with allies to seek de-escalation, to get the Strait of Hormuz open. That isn't a remote issue, it's an issue which affects them, their cost of living and the bills in their households, and that is uppermost in my mind as I take these actions.
Lee Dillon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Lebanese Health Ministry earlier today confirmed 2,055 civilians have been killed since the start of this latest crisis, including 167 since Friday alone. So I join the Prime Minister in calling for that urgent ceasefire to include Lebanon. But also, since this crisis has started, the Treasury have received over £200 million in additional VAT from fuel. So will the Prime Minister commit to using those funds here in the UK to mitigate the cost of living crisis that the crisis is causing?
On Lebanon, his question underlines again why it's so important that Lebanon is included in the ceasefire. And of course, we're looking across the board at all contingencies in relation to the support that we can put in.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are absolutely horrified by the civilian toll of US, Israeli and Iranian military attacks, including threats to basic civilian infrastructure. They're also very concerned about the long-term domestic impact of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, for example, on food prices. So firstly, can the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that UK bases will never be used to target civilians or civilian infrastructure? And secondly, can he reassure them that the government is planning for all possible domestic impacts?
Let me give that assurance on both fronts, and they're both very important points, and I give that assurance.
Shawkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Oxfam has warned that the Gaza playbook is being repeated.
The Israeli military is demolishing villages in south of Lebanon, displacing over 1.3 million people, killing over 2,000 and injuring over 6,400 people. Prime Minister, journalists are being killed by the Israelis. NGOs are being killed by the Israelis. The United Nations peacekeepers are being targeted by the IDF. So it's all good and well for the Prime Minister to say it's wrong. Can I ask what he's going to actually tangibly do to stop Israel's war machine in its tracks this time, and do what he failed to do during the genocide in Gaza, and say no to Israel and say no to Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, he's right. The attacks are wrong, and it's important that we are clear on that. Lebanon should be included in the ceasefire, and we're clear on that. We need to work with our allies to follow through on both of those propositions.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to send my thanks and thoughts to our military personnel, particularly the Cornish Merlin, that's supporting our jets to defend British citizens since the Saturday after the conflict started. The Straits of Hormuz issue has underlined the massive importance of energy independence in this country. Can the Prime Minister outline how we're seeking to solve that crisis in the short, medium and the long term, particularly considering the wealth of natural resources we have in critical minerals and energy in Cornwall?
Can I just underscore the point she makes about the wealth in terms of that capability in Cornwall, and we do, in relation to renewables, need to go further and faster to make sure that we get energy independence, and that is important for her constituents and constituents across the country.
Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The manufacturing businesses I visited my constituency recently are clear about the importance of both the availability and affordability of energy. The longer business waits for a plan, the worse the damage will be, as investment plans are postponed and other costs are cut. So when will the government act to support businesses, particularly in energy-intensive sectors like manufacturing, hospitality and farming?
We have taken action in relation to particularly energy-intensive businesses. I recognise that those that fall without that, outside that protection are extremely concerned. The most important thing we can do for them is to reduce the cause of the energy prices going up, and that is to de-escalate the situation and get the Strait of Hormuz open, because that's the cause of the energy prices going up.
Jonathan Davis.
Deputy Speaker, the brutal Iranian regime is utterly appalling, but that is not a statement which is necessarily true of its ordinary citizens. So can I thank the Prime Minister for calling out President Trump's words about obliterating a generation. Now, the conflict has brought a civilization. The conflict has brought our energy security into sharp focus, which is why today's announcement, the £600 million deal with Rolls-Royce for small modular reactors, is so important. It's good for the country and it's good for jobs for my constituents in Derby. So can I ask the Prime Minister to work further and go farther to ensure that the small modular reactor programme is expanded and that it's brought to support our grid at pace?
Can I thank him for raising that? The Rolls-Royce project is hugely important. I'm very glad that we're able to announce it today, because that is the first of the SMR projects, and it's really important that we take full advantage of projects like that.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the threat that the Iranian regime and its terrorist proxies in Lebanon present to world peace in the Middle East and beyond, does the Prime Minister not accept that action against that regime was inevitable to cut back their military ability and also their ability to blackmail the rest of the world through illegally stopping an important waterway? It has economic consequences for our own country, but would you accept that, given the additional tax revenue which the government has brought from the increased fuel prices, that there is room to give extra support and, in the longer run, of course, extract our own oil and resources, get the tax from that and have a secure supply which can't be interrupted?
Can I thank him? Look, the nuclear capability and the development thereof and the proxies is a threat, of course, that has to be dealt with. And the question is how that is dealt with. I've made my decisions based on the twin questions of whether any action that we take is got a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan, and those are the principles that have guided me, but it doesn't take away from the fact that those threats are there and we have to deal with them in the most effective way possible. And of course, we need to look at the support that we can put in for both businesses and individuals who are impacted by this conflict.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Deputy Speaker, can I commend our ongoing refusal to be drawn into this conflict? And can I ask the Prime Minister what steps we're taking to ensure that UK bases aren't used for offensive operations and furthermore won't be used for any ill-advised US blockade which would be economically ruinous of the Strait of Hormuz?
Can I thank you for that question? The bases are strictly for defensive purposes, and we monitor that in order to make sure that that is and remains the case.
Brian Matthew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his comments on Lebanon. We're seeing an Israeli military playbook from Gaza, collective punishment, forced displacement and attacks on health being used in Lebanon without meaningful action from the UK government. Will the Prime Minister please outline the specific steps his government will take to ensure an end to Israel's chronic immunity and impunity? Thank you.
Well, in relation to Lebanon, I think the immediate focus has to be on ensuring the ceasefire does extend to Lebanon. That is crucially important. Obviously, there's some diplomacy going on at the moment, but we need to keep that firmly in mind and work with others, not only on the question of Lebanon, but on accountability, which goes with the principle that any action should have a lawful basis.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership on this? Unlike certain other world leaders, it's clear that he recognises the consequences that international crises have on the cost of living at home. My constituents are feeling that every time they go and fill up the car. And that's further made galling by the fact that in Bracknell, fuel is between 2 and 10p more expensive than in neighbouring towns. What conversations has the government had with the Competition Markets Authority and the sector at large to clamp down on this obvious unfairness?
Well, I thank you for his question, and I'm absolutely conscious of the impact this is having on fuel and therefore people in his constituency and across the country. We are working on a number of fronts. One, to make sure there's absolutely no profiteering from this in relation to the price discrepancies, but also to ensure that we de-escalate the situation, get the Strait of Hormuz open, which will be the most effective way to get those prices down. Which will impact on everybody filling up their cars.
That his government's coffers have been swollen by hundreds
positive steps that the UK is taking to promote a negotiated
better.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impact of this
we need to look more closely across the board.
Ayub Khan.
One of the countries that are pulling together a coalition to deal with the impact of this.
in the occupied Palestinian territory.
The Republic of Ireland have given some €4 million, €5 million,
has not yet been secured. I therefore ask the Prime Minister
which is the prospect of still trying to find a way forward.
Secretary. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, and 2 adults, and lasting physical and psychological of the perpetrator's parents. The findings of with the state on countless occasions. Lancashire should have progressed the perpetrator to the multi-agency channel programme. From watching the violent content that inspired him, nor downloading instructions. Historical cases to ensure that similar instances were handled correctly. This government has also begun to place greater controls on a dangerously for people to purchase weapons. The Crime and Policing Bill places to be brought forward as soon as parliamentary time allows. the risk to the public. He will also review the influence of the internet everywhere. We must ensure we do not find ourselves
repeated failings by public bodies. So Adrian said the danger posed by Radikabana because of his ethnicity. About, and again I quote verbatim, an over-representation to inhibit the way he was dealt with. Yet the government's King's Speech prejudicing the trial. So I think the failure to provide information did
let me say I welcome the Shadow Home Secretary's comments about risk posed by an individual and how best to manage relating to the communications post the attack taking place, especially at a point where there was a lot of misinformation that was being spread, particularly online. He will know that there has already been a change in practice, learning the lessons of what happened then. There was, of course, a well-meaning desire to make sure that nothing was done that might prejudice a future trial, but exactly how the rules are applied, I think, can be a matter of interpretation and degree. The College of Policing has already created new professional practice in its guidance for police officers. There is already now a new CPS, that is to say the Crown Prosecution Service and Media Protocol, and we are developing a new charter between criminal justice agencies and the media to make sure that whatever information can readily and easily be made available is done so at the earliest opportunity. It will always be incredibly important that nothing is done that might prejudice a future trial, but I know he will acknowledge that since this horrific attack, there's already been a change in approach to comms, and the government and other agencies have already in other instances and in other cases been making much more information available to the media and ultimately therefore to the public. Let me just say in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the findings of the inquiry and also when Phase 2 reports will be of great interest to members across the whole House, and I do look forward to working not just with the official opposition but with all parties to make sure that the House is as one in the response to this horrific tragedy. That is what we owe all of the victims of this case.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement this afternoon. My constituents expect Prevent to keep them safe. So can she reiterate what changes she will be making as Home Secretary and this government to prevent, to help stop an attack like this again in the future?
Thank you. My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point on the reliance that all of us place upon the Prevent programme, that we should rightly be able to place on that programme to make sure it is as strong as it is possible to be in preventing tragedies and diverting people away from potentially committing a terrorist act and driving them away from extremism more broadly. We have already been delivering a number of improvements to the Prevent programme. There is new statutory guidance guidance, there's improved training, new case management systems, much stronger interventions for people who are already on the programme, and a strengthened approach to managing repeat referrals. So where you've got a number of referrals which individually might have not led to an onward referral to the channel stream, the cumulative impact is now already being taken into account. There is also now a much more robust risk assessment tool, and I think the totality of the changes that we've already made have put the programme in a much stronger position. But of course, learning the findings from this inquiry, we will take more action as necessary.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. To know that there were so many missed opportunities to stop the Southport attack is truly heartbreaking, and my thoughts today are with the bereaved families whose young daughters were so cruelly taken from them, and the many other victims who suffered unimaginable trauma that day. We owe it to them to make every attempt to prevent a senseless attack like this from ever happening again. And the report today lays bare that agency after agency failed to step up and take ownership of the risks that the perpetrator posed. There are monumental failures across a number of authorities: the police, Prevent, NHS mental health services, children's social care, youth offending services, and the perpetrators' parents. This is simply not acceptable. So can the Home Secretary please confirm how soon she plans to report back on whether the government will be accepting all 67 of the recommendations, and will she commit to providing Parliament with an update on progress every 6 months? Today's report exposes serious oversights also by online giants that allowed the perpetrator to collect an arsenal of weapons without effective age verification checks. Will the Home Secretary confirm whether the recently published knife crime strategy will address the ease with which knives are available for purchase online and crack down on those big tech companies like Amazon who are putting profit above protocol when it comes to the sale of dangerous items? And finally, the Liberal Democrats have long argued that Prevent is not fit for purpose, and it is deeply shocking that the perpetrator was referred 3 times and yet no further action was taken. And we understand that was because he didn't possess a specific ideology. Well, there should be no clearer sign of a system unable to address modern threats. So will the Home Secretary today commit to a full overhaul of Prevent within this Parliament so that warning future signs aren't missed? And will she commit to bringing forward the legislation recommended by Jonathan Hall KC in the next King's Speech?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me thank the Liberal Democrat spokeswoman for her comments, and she's absolutely right. The sheer number of missed opportunities in this case is truly horrifying, and it's why we must do everything we can to reform all of these systems within our public services to make sure no such incident can happen again. Let me say to her, there will be a comprehensive response from the government on all of the recommendations made from phase 1 of the inquiry. I intend to do so before the summer, so the House will have an opportunity to debate that. And of course, as we move to delivery of the government's response to the recommendations, I will of course keep the House updated on our progress, including on where potential future legislation might also be needed. Let me say to her, in terms of the sale of knives in the Crime and Policing Bill, which is still continuing its passage through Parliament, we have introduced new age verification checks both at the point of sale and also at point of delivery of knives, as a way of directly responding to some of the issues that we've seen in this case, where the perpetrator was able to slip through the system. That should not be possible in the future once the bill becomes an Act of Parliament and is implemented. Let me also say to her on the threat posed by those who are fixated by violence but who don't necessarily have an ideology, or who have a mixed ideology, or who flit into having an ideology and then not having one. There is a developing complex picture of the sorts of threats that we are facing. We've made it very clear that those who have no fixed ideology but are vulnerable to terrorism are still and should be referred to the Prevent programme. That remains the lead programme for dealing with the risk posed by those individuals. The inquiry recognises that there is a gap from those who do not have a fixed ideology, who are not vulnerable to terrorism, who might slip through. The phase 2 of the inquiry will consider how best to respond to those sorts of cases. We'll make recommendations on who should take the lead on dealing with those individuals. But I want to assure the Honourable Lady and all members in the House, the government is not simply waiting for phase 2 to report. We're already trialling with a number of local authorities a new approach for those who are below the threshold for PREVENT, but who have a risk that we are concerned about and where we believe that they might pose a risk of harm to others, to think about different ways in which agencies might handle that risk to make sure that those individuals don't slip through the net. And as we learn lessons from those pilots, we will seek to start implementing them whilst we wait, of course, for Sir Adrian Fulford and the inquiry team to come forward with fuller recommendations on this later in the future.
Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. I'd like to place on record my sympathies to the families of Alice, Elsie and Bibi, who are living with the most unimaginable loss. The Southport attack has been ruled a disaster waiting to happen after the perpetrator was referred to PREVENT on 3 separate occasions, and other multi-agency failings have been highlighted by Sir Adrian Fulford. On the 20th of June 2020, my constituents, Gary and Jan Furlong, lost their son James, who was murdered during the Forbury Gardens terrorist attack. I'm also thinking of them today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like Southport, the perpetrator of the Forbury Gardens attack had been referred to PREVENT 4 separate times, and multi-agency failures were also highlighted by Sir Adrian Fulford. And like the deaths of Alice, Elsie and Bibi, the deaths of James Furlong, Dr David Wales and Joseph Ritchie Bennis were ruled as probably avoidable. I acknowledge that it will take some time to go through the 67 recommendations that has been made in respect of Southport, but can the Home Secretary advise, despite the improvement she has outlined today in respect to PREVENT, does she actually believe that PREVENT is fit for purpose? And to quote the Home Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker, from her statement, she said, "We must ensure we do not find ourselves here again, grieving deaths which should never have happened had the state and those work within it acted differently." But the fact is that we are here again, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we are here time and time again after multi-agency failures. So can she immediately take respect in respect of joined-up partnership working and outline to us what those steps will be to ensure that no family has to endure such loss?
Secretary.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for what she has just said, and also associate myself with her remarks about the victims and the families of those who died in the Forbury Gardens attack. She is absolutely right. We have been here far too many times. This must be a moment of change. I'm very hopeful that with such a thorough report from Sir Adrian Fulford, with such clear practical recommendations for action to prevent such a tragedy occurring in the future, that we can and will make progress. And I do ask her, and I know she will accept that this is what we owe the families, and this is the very least that we owe all of the families. And I do look forward to working with colleagues across the House to implement recommendations as we move forward. We all have to do more, and government agencies all have to do more as well. Let me assure her that I'm standing up a task force to bring together all government ministers with relevant responsibilities to make sure that we are beginning work immediately on improving the systems and the processes that are in place at the moment, and that we're not still simply waiting for the final phase of the inquiry to report. So there will be more progress. We have taken steps on reforming PREVENT. I know that the PREVENT strategy, the work that it does, has been of interest in this House for many years and has been scrutinised very thoroughly. Let me say to her, an intervention programme of this kind is always going to have to move very quickly to deal with changing threat patterns. So even if we just look at Islamist extremism, for example, the way that might have presented in the era of Daesh and ISIL in Syria, sort of becoming prominent, is different to how it presents now. And practitioners have to be able to adapt as quickly as the presentation of extremist ideologies is developing as well. So it will always be a work in progress. I think that is something that we should acknowledge, just because the nature of the threat is changing so quickly and so regularly. But we can and we will have strong mechanisms in place to make sure that it does the job that we all know it needs to do.
Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a consultant paediatrician, I have to undertake PREVENT training at regular intervals. And in each one of those occasions, I've raised with ministers my concerns about either the quality or the emphasis or both of this training. But I wonder if the Home Secretary could say whether she feels that in this particular situation, The problem was mostly that the perpetrator didn't conform to the usual patterns that people were being trained to spot, that people were being badly trained, that people were not using their training diligently, or that the actions once a case had been reported were not followed through. Which was the major factor, does she think?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say to the Honourable Lady, I'd be happy to hear her personal experiences of the quality of that training. I think this is the first time she and I have had an interaction on this matter. I'd be very happy to pick those issues up offline. Well, let me say on the substance of her point, we must follow the findings of the inquiry chair, who said that there were 5 major failures here, that no single agency took ownership of the risk that the perpetrator posed, that there was poor information recording and management, but also that sometimes the behaviour was excused on the basis of his perceived or diagnosed autism spectrum disorder. So there are a range of factors in place. I think we should follow the evidence and the findings of the inquiry chair, and we will respond based on the failures that have been found.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All of our thoughts are today with the families of Alice, Bibi and Elsie. They have already suffered the most horrific loss. To have confirmation today from Sir Adrian Fulford that their loss was preventable is utterly unbearable. Sir Adrian's report highlights the failure of the multi-agency safeguarding hub, exactly the place where joint responsibility between different agencies should have been held. And he also said that children's services were not well equipped to manage a risk presented by a young person as distinct from risks to a young person. Can I therefore ask the Home Secretary what plans she has to work with the Department for Education and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to ensure that as a matter of urgency, every professional working with high-risk young people knows exactly what to do when they are fearful that a young person is a risk to others and is accountable for taking that action?
Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend notes one of the absolute key failures, which is on who the risk is to, and in this case, too much of the internal assessments were on the risk to the perpetrator himself and not on the risk that he posed to others, and that must change. There were practical recommendations from Sir Adrian Fulford for the individual agencies, but I think it speaks to a need for a cultural shift, I think, in the way that these cases are looked at and managed. That will be a cultural shift for colleagues in the health department, in education, as well as in housing, communities and local government. Where a prevent referral is made because there is a vulnerability to terrorism, there are already systems in place that would enable those risk assessments to be made on the basis of risk posed to others. Of course, here it should have been made but was not made, the onward referral to Channel, as should have happened. But we have to make sure that even where the onward referral to Channel doesn't take place and somebody doesn't quite fit the threshold for prevent, that they are still picked up, and that cultural shift for management of risk, assessment of risk and dealing with it is taking into account all of the findings that Sir Adrian Fulford has made.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and for the way she is promoting learning rather than blaming, because that is the best way to get the change we need, and for her very robust response to my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, about the point he raised, and for the point she now makes about the requirement of a cultural shift. Can she take a close interest in this? Because not many leaders in many organisations understand that that means changing the attitudes and behaviours of individuals in their organisations. It's not just about setting a policy. And that requires a very concerted act of leadership and diligence and consistency, and making sure that those who don't want to make the change are eased out of their positions, and there are no promotions for those people who don't respect and demonstrate the changed attitudes and behaviours that are required. This is a big ask and doesn't often happen in the public service.
Home Secretary.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Let me say to him, it is a big ask, and I am very clear this must be a moment of change. I don't want to be standing here with a future tragedy saying the same things that have been said in response to what happened in Southport. We owe the families a true moment of change for the way that public services are delivered, and he is absolutely right. The cultural shift is absolutely critical to the ability to make onward progress here, whether that is agencies that don't normally consider risk posed to others because they're primarily concerned about the risk of harm a person poses to themselves and their clinical need that is different to a wider societal need to protect others from harm. And I do think that that is now something that we are going to have to look at very closely as a government and to bring forward real change within our health service, within education and within local government as well. Let me assure him and the House I will take a close personal interest, because at the end of the day, preventing harm and keeping our people safe is my responsibility. Where people meet the threshold for being dealt with through the prevent strategy and onward referral to channel, I will make sure we do everything we can to have those mechanisms as robust as possible. But where they are below that threshold, as a society, we still need an answer, and of course I will take a very close interest in that myself.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the whole House's thoughts are with the family and of course mine are too. One of the many aspects of what has gone wrong here relates to children's mental health services. And could the Home Secretary please outline what we are doing about the workforce for children's mental health services, because there is a real shortage of people who are skilled in this area?
Home Secretary.
Yes, my honourable friend makes an absolutely important point. The government's obviously already taken steps to shore up the provision of mental health services within the National Health Services. I'm joined by colleagues from the Health Department today who I know are listening very closely and will be absorbing the findings that Sir Adrian Fulford has made in phase 1 of his inquiry, and I will be working with all ministers across government before we formulate our fuller response to all of the 67 recommendations, but let me assure her the provision of mental health services will be absolutely critical to the work the government does as a result of this inquiry.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary's statement confirms the core failure that when everyone was responsible, no one was accountable. And we have seen this pattern before. The same passing of the buck in safeguarding, the same passing of the buck in grooming gang cases and in mental health. We have heard today about reviews, frameworks and guidance, but not enforcement. So I'd be grateful if the Home Secretary could tell this House plainly, if recommendations are not followed to the letter, what consequences will follow?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right that, of course, it's one thing to bring about changes and to change professional practice, but of course these things should be enforced properly. When the government responds in full before the summer, in terms of our response to all 67 of the recommendations, I will lay out what our expectations are going forward. I think it's important to recognise Sir Aidan Fulford doesn't make individual findings of fact in terms of individuals and those failings, because there was such widespread system failure. So I do think it is right that in the first instance the government looks at the wider systems that we have in place. But of course, within those systems, ultimately, if there are failures and there are individual failures, there should be accountability.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement today and her continued leadership on this issue. And can I join the whole House in sending my sympathies not only to the victims, to their families. This is absolutely a dreadful crime, and I'm sure any parent in the room, I am one, is rightly appalled by it. Having worked both in education and also in the charity sector, I saw an awful amount of buck passing when it came to mental health support and also safeguarding issues. And my view was always, if in doubt, report it. And clearly in this case things have been reported, but they haven't been taken forward, which is hugely concerning. What can the Home Secretary do to ensure me that this buck passing, as mentioned by the member opposite, will stop and actually there will be accountability and people will be responsible for these issues?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend raises a really, really important point. He's absolutely right. The failure of any one organisation or group of individuals to take responsibility for the perpetrator is one of the key failures that has occurred in this case. what phase 2 of the inquiry will consider is what is the best mechanism for managing people who pose these sorts of risks going forward, and recommendations will be made about the proper structure that should be brought forward. I think where somebody meets the prevent threshold, prevent will remain the lead institution for referrals, and of course that referral and onward progression to the channel stream should have happened here, and if that had happened then we would be in a different position today. But for those who don't fall within that threshold, we will need to have a wider system response. As I've said earlier, I am trialling in different local authorities pilots to look at different approaches for what you might do with those individuals who are below threshold. But in the end, I think Sir Adrian Fulford's work will give us the new framework and some guidance as to the best agency that should take the lead in different cases, because I think when an agency takes the lead, there is an obvious sort of accountability, or even if they're convening all of the other agencies, which is how multi-agency safeguarding hubs should work, and sometimes do not. So those are, I think, the key areas that lessons need to be learnt on.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. Does she plan to provide any additional resource or funding to the Prevent programme? And if so, does she have any initial idea as to where that may be targeted?
Home Secretary.
Let me say to the Honourable Gentleman, he raises an important point. When the Government responds in full to the recommendations, I will set out any resource implications that there are, not just for the work of the Home Office, but for other agencies as well.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join the Home Secretary in commending the bravery of victims in coming forward to give evidence to this inquiry. We owe it to them to make this a turning point, to make certain that the systemic failures and culture that made this attack possible are fixed and can never be repeated. Many of us in this House will recognise from the report the difficulties in accessing CAMs, the ambiguities in responsibility and massive under-resourcing of this vital service. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this moment calls for nothing less than a revolution in how children's mental health services are commissioned and resourced?
Secretary.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. There are, of course, recommendations for different government departments, including health, to take forward, and I will be working very closely with ministers from across government as we design our response to Sir Adrian's recommendations. But let me tell him on the issue of violence fixation, the descent into nihilism, and that fascination with extreme violence, that does demand a new public policy response from all of government, particularly for those children who wouldn't necessarily meet a test for clinical need, but who absolutely do pose a risk of very serious harm to other people.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I heard the news this morning and it was read out the catalogue of failures, missed opportunities and the focus of attention that there was in this murder, and yet he was allowed to get off with it, my heart went out to the families of these three wee girls who could have avoided, and their murder could have been avoided, and yet it was missed. And time again in this House, over the time I've been here, I've heard individual child abuse cases, rape gangs, mass murder, and all on each occasion there was failure by public bodies and individuals in public bodies to prevent what could have happened. And unfortunately, and as has been highlighted here again today, there seems to be this attitude that, look, if there's colour or ethnicity involved in it, that's an additional factor and fear of racism. I welcome the assurances that the Secretary of State has given today. But what I would ask is, what steps, given how deeply this attitude is embedded in the public sector now, what steps does she intend to take to make sure that this does not happen again, and that those who are responsible for these decisions are held to account?
Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right. Reading the report of the inquiry, it's horrifying. It makes for incredibly difficult reading, and the recommendations are incredibly important. The Government will respond in full by the summer, and will take forward practical work to make sure that we strengthen all of our systems to make sure this can't occur again. Just let me repeat, the only thing that matters, the only relevant factor when we have a person who is Violence fixated has a fascination with extreme violence is the risk they pose, the assessment of that risk, and then the steps to take to mitigate that risk. No other factors should be taken into account by any agencies. The most important thing is we keep people safe and that we do not allow other irrelevant considerations to play any part. The inquiry made findings in relation to Mrs Hodson, the head teacher, and I endorse, of course, and agree with the findings that Sir Adrian Fulford has made.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary aware that there are 28 prevent priority areas across the country. There used to be 40. Stoke-on-Trent was one of them until 2023 when the last government changed the criteria. She'll know that to be a prevent priority area, you normally have to demonstrate either right-wing extremism as a hotspot or Islamist activity as a hotspot, or in the checkered past of my own city, both. If Jonathan Hall's legislative suggestions come into force and we are now having a new offence of non-ideological based fixation with violence, how does the Home Secretary see that playing into those prevent priority areas, given that the locality of that is going to be much more difficult to consider? And post the events in August 2022, when there were riots in Stoke-on-Trent, has the Home Secretary given any thought yet to whether or not any recommendations for where new funding should go to help deal with some of these issues should look at where there was rioting in August 2022, particularly in places like Stoke-on-Trent that don't currently qualify for prevent priority funding?
True.
My honourable friend raises a really important point. Let me say to him that once phase 2 of the inquiry has concluded, especially on the proper mechanism by which we deal with some of these violence-fixated individuals, there will, of course, I think, be knock-on consequences for the wider countering extremism system. It wouldn't be right for me now to get ahead of that, but let me assure him I'm very aware that, both the current work of the inquiry but also the future work of the inquiry will require further clarity, I think, on exactly where responsibilities sit. Prevent as a programme will still, I believe, continue to play an incredibly important role. It will remain our main tool for countering extremism. I'm sure there will be more we can do to strengthen its ability to counter extremism, but there will be knock-on consequences in other parts of the system, including for funding as well. I will be able to set out more of the government's response on that when we respond in full to the inquiry's recommendations. But as phase 2 gets underway, I think that's where some of the real meat of the new policy responses that are needed for violence-fixated children, that's where that will come out.
Joy Morrissey.
A young person who is at risk to harming others will often become known to a teacher, a social worker, a health worker, before any other agency knows that this person is going to pose a risk. There are statutory requirements that make it very difficult to report on a young person if they are below a certain age. Will the Home Secretary clarify if she will work with multi-agency, multi-departmental changes to a statutory requirement that teachers, health workers, all of these, and councils are required to bring forth even a young person who is underage if they are going to pose a risk, if they are of risk, and that will take the statutory requirement above anything else. Because right now, many agencies are afraid to come forward because they feel that there is a statutory requirement to protect the child rather than come forward if there is a harm that they could be potentially giving to someone else.
Good point.
The Honourable Lady has raised an important point. Phase 2 of the inquiry will absolutely consider how we deal with and what the correct public policy response is to children who are violence fixated. One of the horrifying developments of the last last few years or so is that the number of children, ever younger children, who are fascinated with extreme violence, have this sort of nihilistic approach to violence. It's shocking. I've seen cases of very young children, and of course we've got to have an adequate public policy response that is able to counter that descent into violence fixation and to do so effectively. Phase 2 of the inquiry, that is the meat of the work that will be done in phase 2 of the inquiry, and we will obviously follow closely all of the recommendations that they make.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also share, along with this House, my thoughts and prayers to the victims of this horrific attack in Southport. I also welcome the steps this government is taking to address what can only be described as a very challenging environment. Only 2 weeks ago, I attended the Islamic Jamia institution in King's Standing, along with my honourable member for King's Standing, because we share the boundary line where this institution is located. That building had been attacked a few weeks during the month of Ramadan, and then attacked again with vile vandalism and graffiti. Clearly, attendees of that institution very, very anxious. But it wasn't just the attendees, the local community came out to support the local Muslims. So will the Home Secretary join me in not just commending the actions of West Midlands Police, which acted very swiftly, but also the various faith groups that came together, that don't just come together in solidarity when an incident like this occurs, but are also the very backbone in terms of identifying any form of extremism within our communities?
Secretary.
Thank you. Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right that solidarity between people from different communities, it's something that we don't often talk about in this House, or only do so when a horrifying incident has taken place, but it is the absolute backbone of how we function as a society, and I pay tribute to all of those who spend their time working with people from different backgrounds to themselves, whether that's race or faith, in order to hold our communities and ultimately our nation together. Let me say to him, he's right that there is a very challenging environment when we look at the overall threat picture. The issues that we're dealing with today relate to somebody with no fixed ideology, who's clearly vulnerable to terrorism, but had no fixed ideology, but had this fixation with extreme violence. We have that running alongside the sort of more traditional and well-known and understood elements of extremism, like Islamist extremism or extreme right-wing terrorism. But even within those better understood forms of extremism, the pattern is changing and it's always evolving and developing, and that does pose a challenge to all practitioners to try to keep up with how extremism is presenting itself in our communities. But that is absolutely work that the government is absolutely committed to making sure is as robust as possible, and we take every step we can to make sure that we are countering extremism in all of its forms.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for a very positive statement, and associate myself with the events of a year ago when this nation mourned for the 3 children. And I think everyone has recognised the horror of what took place, and our prayers and our thoughts are very much with the families even today, especially with the parents, and I think that's how we all feel, Home Secretary. The report is full, and I commend the author for his determination to ensure that political correctness does not influence the document. It is clear that a sea of change is required in departments to be less concerned about offending innocent people and should be more concerned about protecting our innocence. What lessons can be learned to inform new procedures that must be accountability within the intelligence and the security services in particular? Thank you so much.
Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right. It is cultural change that is needed, and that is what Sir Adrian Fulford's initial recommendations from phase 1 of the inquiry are designed to bring about practical measures as well to change the way in which risk is both assessed and then ultimately mitigated. The government will ensure that we respond in full to those recommendations, but that we bring together every part of government, every part of the state to make sure people are doing everything they should be doing in order to assess risk. The only factors that matter are the risk that is posed by an individual to other people of significant harm of the type that we have seen in this case, and that is what the government will make sure happens in the future.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement this afternoon? I'll allow a few moments for the large front benches to swap over. Which brings us to a statement on Diego Garcia military base and the British Indian Ocean Overseas Territory Bill. Minister Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there has been much speculation in recent weeks about the status of the Diego Garcia Treaty and the associated bill, and so I'd like to take this opportunity, with your permission, to update the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have debated at length the critical importance of the military base on Diego Garcia for UK national security and that of our allies. The base allows us to project the full array of military capabilities in one of the most important regions for international stability and global trade. The base is vital for countering terrorism and threats from state adversaries. It protects Britons at home and overseas. And honourable and right honourable members know that the operation of the base has been under threat for decades. This government inherited a situation in which there was no legal certainty for future operations, and the threat of the UK losing our ability to operate effectively for us or our allies was and remains real, as the opposition benches know full well. The status quo is untenable. Ignoring that situation would have been reckless and irresponsible. The previous government knew this, which is why it was they who opened negotiations with Mauritius, why they put sovereignty on the table, and why they had 11 rounds of talks and agreed the vast majority of the treaty. Madam Speaker, I know they don't want to hear this, but I do think it would be better if we had some quiet and the ability for me to make this statement. And I am proud that this government completed that process in May last year. The Diego Garcia Treaty puts the base on a secure legal footing for the first time in decades. It gives us complete operational freedom and puts in place important safeguards to protect it from outside threats. In short, the treaty assures the continued contribution of the base to UK national security and the security of our allies for generations. The Diego Garcia military base was founded as a jointly operated base by the UK and the United States. It is one of the foundation stones on which our close defence and security partnership was built. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous government knew this, which is why, as I said, they took the action to start the negotiations when they did. For this reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, the treaty to protect the base was negotiated in close coordination with the United States under both this and the previous United States administrations. The treaty was tested thoroughly at all levels of the United States system under 2 administrations and found to be robust. Throughout this process, we have also been clear that we could not let the treaty enter into force without US support, and we had that support when it was signed and consistently since. President Trump called it very strong and powerful. Secretary Rubio welcomed it as a historic agreement that secures the long-term stable and effective operation of the joint US-UK military facility at Diego Garcia. Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing in the treaty has changed since then, and United States support has been consistent in viewing the agreement as the best means of protecting operations on this vital military asset. However, in recent weeks, the position of the United States President appears to have changed, and this means that in practical terms it has become impossible to agree at political level an update to the 1966 UK-US agreement concerning the availability of defence purposes of the British Indian Ocean Territory, known as the Exchange of Notes, which is also necessary in order to ratify the treaty. Honourable and right honourable members will know that updates to the Exchange of Notes are nothing unusual. In fact, they have been updated periodically to ensure the governance arrangements of the base remain fit for purpose in a changing world. They were updated previously in 1972, in 1976, in 1987, 1999, and were rolled over in 2016. They now need a further update in light of the Diego Garcia Treaty. We have debated this previously in this House, and I know my counterpart, Baroness Chapman, has similarly discussed it in the other place. Madam Deputy Speaker, officials from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office and from the Ministry of Defence have been working with United States counterparts over many months and made excellent progress in updating this agreement. I can confirm that a finalised text was agreed at official level and is ready for political clearance and signature. But due to those new comments that I referred to, this process will obviously not now proceed on the previously agreed timeframe. And due to the delays in agreeing the exchange of notes, the Diego Garcia Bill can therefore not complete its passage this parliamentary session and cannot be carried over due to its advanced progression through Parliament. The government nevertheless remains confident that the Diego Garcia Treaty is the best means of protecting the full operation of the military base for future generations for us and our allies. We will continue to work with the United States on the agreement and the way forward, and we will continue to engage closely too with Mauritius. Madam Deputy Speaker, in parallel to these geostrategic developments, there is also, of course, the human story, and I refer, of course, to the Chagosians, rightly raised by many honourable and right honourable members, who were removed from the archipelago in the 1960s and 70s. And the government, as I have said on many occasions, deeply regrets the manner of their removal, and we remain committed to building a relationship with Chagosian communities that is built on respect and an acknowledgement of the wrongs of the past. The delay to the treaty will be sad news to many Chagossians, although I accept not all, who rightly see it as the only viable means to a sustainable programme of resettlement which Mauritius would be able to implement under its terms. And we also want, as I've said on many occasions, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see the recommencement of the programme of heritage visits, which we understand are so important to Chagossians, particularly for older generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are times of great uncertainty and acute risk to British interests. Our security and prosperity are under threat at home and overseas, and this is a moment for calm and considered reflection, not cheap political point scoring by opposition parties. Well, they're just proving this very point, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are absolutely proving this very point, Madam Deputy Speaker. They would put that security at risk and play reckless games. The threats facing the future operation of Diego Garcia base are real, as the opposition well know, and the Diego Garcia Treaty remains the best means of securing the vital military base on the island. And we will continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, to work with partners, including the United States and Mauritius, to protect our national security and that of our allies. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me just start my remarks by saying that the Minister today has done the right thing by coming to the House to give this statement and to absolutely not be dragged here through an urgent question, but state the factual and accurate position now that this treaty is not going to go forward. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, he has been once again left carrying the can for the Prime Minister's epic failure of statecraft. Labour's Chagos surrender has been wrong from the start. And instead of making excuses, the right thing to do would have been to tear up this dreadful treaty and commit to keeping Chagos British. The news that the ratification of this treaty is now done and dusted is a humiliation for the Prime Minister and this government. And let's be clear, this Labour surrender treaty is Labour's mess. And as the House knows, within days of coming to office, the Prime Minister's top foreign policy priority was to exceed the wishes of his left-wing lawyer friends and surrender the Chagos Island at an enormous cost to British taxpayers. He met the Mauritian Prime Minister, appointed Jonathan Powell to conclude negotiations, and rushed and blundered into this treaty. They inexplicably announced it to the world just before Mauritius went to an election. And then when the Mauritian government that they agreed to deal with got kicked out, the new Mauritian government, guess what, demanded more concessions from Britain. And Labour rolled over and got eaten for breakfast. They put one of our most important defence and security assets at risk. They compromised the special relationship with the United States. They ignored and betrayed the wishes of the Chagossian community. And they were prepared to hand over £35 billion of taxpayers' money to lease back a land that we own. And then they went ahead with the deal before receiving the critical exchange of notes from the United States. And having been to the United States myself recently, I'm not in the least surprised that the administration has stopped to stop this deal. They can see what we have been saying for a long while. And it's the Conservatives who have opposed this Labour deal at every turn. And while Labour has spectacularly failed to defend British sovereignty, and Reform have gone from suggesting that we sell the islands to the US to suggesting that we give it to the Maldives, the Conservative Party has been effectively scrutinising and opposing this surrender every step of the way to make sure that we keep Chagos British and we protect our sovereignty and our taxpayers. It's Conservatives who've exposed the full £35 billion costs of this deal. It's Conservatives who've dismantled Labour's outrageous and offensive narrative that those who oppose the Chagos surrender are siding with British adversaries and instead brought forward the major security concerns about this deal and exposed the fact that Mauritius is deepening partnerships with Russia, China and Iran. It's Conservatives that have been pressing the government for months on its totally inadequate answers about why the anti-nuclear Pendalaba Treaty would apply to Diego Garcia. And its Conservatives have been supporting the Chagossians every step of the way and giving them a voice and speaking up for them. Our questions and debates in this House and in the other place have led Labour to account and forced them now into this position today. But while this surrender and this whole process now has been ripped up, I do want to ask the Minister some fundamental questions. The Mauritian government has announced that the UK delegation is going to Mauritius later this month. Will the Minister tell us who is going and now what is the purpose? What will they be negotiating? Is there a new timetable? What is actually going to happen? We also know that Mauritius has budgeted to receive the surrender payments from the British government. So can the Minister confirm that no payments will be made to Mauritius as a result of what he has announced today? And will the Labour government commit to spending the money they were planning to ship to Mauritius on boosting defence spending at this critical time, which is exactly what the British taxpayer wants, the purpose for which should now be clearly allocated to this fundamental resource? Can he confirm in no uncertain terms that for as long as the US opposes this deal, Labour will not seek in any way to reinstate this? And on the Chagossians, if the islands stay British, is it the government's intention to look at resettlement options? And will he rule out any new legislation coming forward next session, even if it isn't in the King's Speech, so that the surrender treaty cannot become operable? The only bill that the government should be taking forward now in the next session is my original bill to make sure that Chagos remains British.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will start with a thanks to the Honourable Lady. She's rightly scrutinised many different aspects of this over many, many months, and I have come dutifully to answer many of those questions. I've met with her privately, and this has been scrutinised by many committees, and it was the right thing to do to update the House today on this development, and I'm glad that she acknowledges that point. Of course, it's not for government to simply choose easy paths, it's to choose the right path. And it's to choose the path that's in the interests of Britain and our national security and that of our allies. And fundamentally, at the heart of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a question. The opposition know that there is a huge challenge here. They knew that there was a problem, and that's why they started this process. And throughout this, through all the exchanges we've had, they have never been able to answer that simple question. And I cannot recall a time, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we have seen so much misinformation and, quite frankly, negligent disregard for the national interests and security of the British people. And it's regrettable that the official opposition, indeed the party opposite, to only see one of their members has turned up today, have been at the heart of this. And they will say, of course, oh, this is just politics and we in the government should be thick-skinned. But quite frankly, the British public deserve better. Indeed, the national interest is what drives this government and our national security, as they well knew, which is why they started the process. So we've seen, frankly, ludicrous disinformation about the operations of the base, about the genuine threats it faced, about the security provisions in the treaty, which of course we strengthened, about the costs. No matter how often they give these false figures about the costs, it doesn't make them any more accurate. And of course about the views of Chagossians, which I accept are wide and varied, but they conveniently always ignore the views of significant numbers of Chagossian communities and groups who feel very differently about this treaty and who have supported it since the start, and indeed about the protection of the environment. And the fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition know the reality. They operate in a state of convenient amnesia. They knew the jeopardy facing the base. They knew that they presided over 11 rounds of negotiations. They published it in ministerial statements, in records of meetings with the Mauritian Prime Minister, and they know too that the treaty signed by this government was born of their policy choices and their negotiation mandates. So, as ever, Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition cannot run fast enough away from their record in government when it suits tiresome political politicking. The British people are not fooled. They can see the hypocrisy and they deserve better.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I do want to thank the Minister for the work he's done over many months working with our allies on this issue to reach agreement in our national interest and theirs. He's remained consistent throughout on this issue and he's given us many updates on this issue. I wish I could say the same about the opposition. Their short memory, their flip-flopping and their complete disregard for national security is very similar to the position they've got themselves into with Iran. Very, very similar. They're laughing in the face of real threats to our national security. But can the Minister explain? I'm actually quite concerned because it seems to me that the status quo isn't in our national interest. And without a treaty, what does that mean for the long-term access to this base, for ourselves and also for our allies?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend sets out the fundamental issue here, which of course is the risks to the operation of the base, which the opposition knew all along. It's why they started this process, and which we have responded to with this treaty that protects our security and that of our allies. I'm not going to speculate about the coming of those risks, but we know that we need to put this on a secure footing. We know that the treaty was the best way to do that. We know that this was agreed under 2 administrations across the United States in an interagency process. We continue to believe that it is the right way forward, and we will announce our business in the usual way.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Dr Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I genuinely thank the Minister for this statement today, for the advance sight of this statement and for his long engagement with me on these issues. The process for negotiating this treaty has been, I'm sorry to say, utterly shambolic. From its beginning under the previous government to its demise under this one. As the government shelves a gallant gentleman from a sedentary position says, why did we finish it? I'm sorry to tell him they didn't. There is no evidence at all. There is no evidence at all that this statement was finished by the previous government. But as this government shelves this legislation, it must now reckon with the litany of failures that have plagued this process. Specifically, its inability to secure financial legal guarantees, fundamental legal guarantees from the US through the necessary exchange of letters. Its reluctance to adopt measures which would enable genuine parliamentary scrutiny over the planned vast sums of money that would be sent to the government of Mauritius. And its willful reluctance to work with or to secure the rights of Chagosians, including but not limited to the right of return to the Chagos Islands. Aside from the government's apparent ignorance of the legal prerequisites for the passage of this treaty, the most objectionable aspect of this process has been the woeful engagement with the Chagosian community. The British state has long denied Chagosians a meaningful say in their own future, and the provisions of this treaty shamefully failed again to affirm those rights. So if this treaty ever does return to this House, the government would do well to observe and understand the amendments submitted by the Liberal Democrats in the other place, securing genuine rights for Chagosians and helping to buck the historic trend of that community being left out of the decisions about its own future. But I only have one very simple question for the Minister. Given that the government has now abandoned its proposed deal with Mauritius over the Chagos Islands, can the Foreign Secretary set out what this means in practice for the long-promised right of return for Chagosians? Will the government now commit to supporting resettlement under continued UK sovereignty? And if so, how does he assess the implications of that return for the evidential and legal basis underpinning the 2019 ICJ advisory opinion? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, British citizens physically located on the islands would constitute a resident population who would be very difficult to remove.
Order. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank him for his comments and his continued engagement in good faith throughout this process, and I can assure him that in due course we will obviously return to the issues that he and I and his honourable and right honourable colleagues were discussing with us and the concerns they expressed in amendments in this place and indeed in the other House, and I can absolutely assure him of that. But I have to, of course, reject his assumption that this is somehow met with demise. It's not been abandoned, and we have always been clear about the need to have the agreement on the US-UK exchange of notes. Indeed, I refer him to the comments of my honourable friend in the other place on the 18th of November, where Baroness Chapman said very clearly, and I quote, "Before the UK can ratify the treaty, we will need to do the following: pass both primary and secondary legislation, update the UK-US exchange of notes, and put in place agreements on the environment, maritime security and migration." We have been always clear about the processes that needed to be followed in parallel here. It's regrettable to us that obviously there has been a delay, that we've run out of time in this parliamentary session, but the facts have not changed in the need for this treaty or indeed the need for the different processes and legal provisions to be brought in place. He rightly raises the concerns about the Chagosians, and he and I have discussed these on a number of occasions. Of course, we have engaged extensively with Chagosian communities. There are a range of views in the community. There will be many Chagosians who will be deeply disappointed by this delay in the treaty, not least for the very reason that he refers to, which is that we believe that this is the best route under Mauritius's guidance to lead to resettlement. And of course, I want to re-emphasise our commitment to restarting at an appropriate time those heritage visits that are so important. He'll understand why the current situation does not allow that to take place, but we will obviously seek to do that at the earliest opportunity. We know how important it is, particularly for those heritage reasons, to do so.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I think always the test of a bad bit of legislation is when you see carte blanche Henry VIII powers inside a very thin and flimsy piece of legislation, and granting, therefore, the government the right to do anything it liked with the bill, even after it had passed. So that made it a dog of a bill. But now the government's come to either pause it or whatever they call it, return it or U-turn it. Can I just take the government back, the right honourable gentleman, back to the statement he made about the Chagossians? Because right at the heart of this lies their rights over this. And I will say that he talked about them wanting to come to some conclusion about their ability to return to the islands. So could he perhaps answer me, within all of that, why then, when the Buyout Supreme Court's ruling that Section 9 of the 2004 order in Council that barred the right of abode to Chagossians was illegal, why have they then mounted an appeal against that to ensure that they are illegal if they go to their islands? Does he think the Chagossians have no right to go to the islands, or they do have a right? Which is it, if he could answer?
Minister.
Well, he's clearly familiar with the history on this. He'll know the judgments in the courts of England and Wales on this matter on the right of abode. I'm not going to comment on ongoing legal proceedings. Safe to say that we were disappointed by the position that was taken, and our understanding is that Biota are appealing that judgment, and we have taken an interest in that matter.
Ben Obsojecti.
The Minister talks about convenient amnesia, but he didn't go back to discuss what the previous Labour government did. So, all the way back in 2008, Gordon Brown met with Navan Chandra Ramgoolam when he was Prime Minister of Mauritius for the first time and agreed to establish a dialogue about the British Indian Ocean territories. And the first official meetings took place in January 2009, Wednesday the 14th to be precise, where the topic of sovereignty was discussed. So could the Minister outline, and I appreciate you might not have those details to hand, so he's welcome to write to me, could he outline exactly what discussions took place with the previous government all the way up to the end of their time at 2010 that set the conditions for the subsequent ICJ appeal that Mauritius put in following that discussion?
Minister.
I'll happily write to him on this matter, but what I am absolutely clear about, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it was his government, when they were in government, who started the process of negotiations under the former Foreign Secretary, the member for Braintree, who conceded the principle of sovereignty, conceded a financial element, and of course actually didn't put in place some of the key security provisions which we were able to secure in these negotiations. And I will happily write to him.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the US Navy began a blockade of Iran at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Has the US been granted permission by the British government for the use of the deep-water port at Diego Garcia as a staging post for the imposition of that blockade?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll understand that I am not going to comment on operational details from the dispatch box, but the Prime Minister has been absolutely clear about what requests from the United States have been acceded to and which ones have not. He's answered an extensive statement on this afternoon, and I hope that suffices.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for confirming that this Parliament has not ratified this treaty. And I think the more that Parliament heard about the deal and the more that the British public heard about the deal, one of the things that they found the most inexplicable was that the deal involved us paying a substantial amount of money, not yet confirmed to Parliament how much it is, to the Mauritian government. So could the Minister confirm from the dispatch box today that because Parliament has not ratified this deal, he will not be paying any money to the Mauritian government?
Well, she asked an important question, and to be fair, the Shadow Foreign Secretary asked this question as well, and absolutely I can confirm that in relation to the costs associated with this treaty, they cannot be paid without the treaty being passed, with the relevant legislation being passed. So she's absolutely right on that point. But what I will say is that there has been willful misinformation from a number of quarters on the costs associated with this deal. We published the forecast costs at the time that we presented the treaty and the methodology used. We've answered questions on it many, many times, and the fact is that the costs associated are simply not as being presented represented by the opposition front bench or indeed other parties in this place. And they represent, compared to, for example, what France pays for its base in Djibouti, this is 15 times larger, immeasurably more capability, and we are not going to scrimp when it comes to the national security of this country.
Stephen Gethings.
Deputy Speaker, another day in this Parliament, another chaotic U-turn. Can I thank the Minister for being the latest to make the long walk from number 10 over here to announce said U-turn, and also thank the one solitary Labour MP who could be encouraged to stand up for the government. Now, whereas I accept the Tories made a mess of this, I have to say that the excuse given by the Minister that Donald Trump's unpredictability was something that could not be foreseen is something that people will find very difficult to believe. On that lack of foresight, this is a serious issue, and I know the Minister treats it seriously. So will he tell us how much money has been wasted on this so far? What are the implications in terms of national security? And what are the implications in terms of the international rules-based system and the rights of the Chagossians who have been caught in the middle of this sad, sorry mess?
Minister.
Well, he raises many, many issues there. I mean, the situation is clear for all to see. I've set out why it's not able to make the progress that we had hoped it would make in this parliamentary session. But the merits of the deal, the need to secure the base for us and our allies stay unchanged. As I said, we're not going to scrimp on national security. When it comes to these capabilities, we will do what is right and in the interests of the British people.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Minister for so valiantly trying to explain the inexplicable and to reconcile the irreconcilable. And I don't want to detain the House by quoting the whole Monty Python parrot sketch, but this is now an ex-treaty. It is no more. It has shuffled off its mortal coil. But coming back to the Chagossians, why can't they just honour what the court has decided about the right of return, and why are they now trying to frustrate the survival and safety of the Chagossians who have returned, taken there by my good friend, former Conservative MP Adam Holloway, who has organised this expedition, despite the government. And why is the government now mounting operations and sending police officers and customs operators to try and frustrate safety equipment going to the expedition on the Chagossian to support the Chagossians? Why have they blocked a water purifier? Even medical supplies. They've blocked a fast boat that would provide emergency evacuation, so that these people are more at risk as a result of the government. Is that the government's policy after all the wrongs that have been done to the Chagossians?
Minister.
Well, I have a lot of respect for the right honourable gentleman, but he is simply wrong on this point about the Chagossians. The reality is that there are a range of views within the Chagossian communities. I have taken those incredibly seriously, including those who do not agree with this treaty, but there are many who do agree with it. I'm afraid the incident he refers to in terms of the illegal arrivals on Peros Banhos, they are illegal and they are not appropriate. It is a dangerous environment. It is not appropriate for them to be on there. We are disappointed by the judgment that was made. Biota are appealing that judgment and their interest. If he wants me to provide him with the list of items that were sought to be provided on that island, I think he would be quite shocked, and he would, I'm sure, agree with me that it was not appropriate to be having a drone flying on those islands or indeed other items that are not necessary. This is a dangerous and unsafe environment, and I'm quite frankly astounded that not only the opposition but indeed the other party, we've got one representative here, are attempting to support people arriving illegally by boats on an island which is not safe for them. That is quite frankly extraordinary.
Dr Andrew Murison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome this statement and commend the Minister for the way that he has framed it. He has been absolutely spectacular, if I may say so, over the months in trying to defend the indefensible, as indeed he has done today in this U-turn on steroids. Can I press him on the matter of money? Because he has been, I think, Delphic in his response to my two right honourable friends in relation to demands that Mauritius, perfectly reasonably, will be making of this government, given this utter mess and the fact that they were making spending plans already on the back of the largesse that the Minister had been talking about. Will he confirm that not a penny piece will be passed to Mauritius now that this treaty has gone the way of the apocryphal Norwegian blue, in either payments or indeed in compensation and what legal notes have been passed between the two governments, given that plainly this thing is now not going to be happening in relation to monies in compensation that Mauritius, perfectly reasonably, will now be demanding of the UK.
Minister.
I answered the question very clearly a moment ago to his right honourable friend.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the FCDO be consulted and will the British Trigassians be brought into that discussion prior to their mission to on the 22nd of April? And will they accept a British Trigassian on the actual delegation so that they'll be represented when you go on the 22nd of April? And also, will the government be speaking to the Trigassians who have just come on the boat and seem to be the only small boat that the government are interested in stopping? So will they actually be helping rather than hindering?
Minister.
I mean, on the last point, I'm sure she can see the absurdity of what she and others appear to be supporting. This is a dangerous political stunt. It's putting lives at risk. It is not safe. It is not proper to be on those islands. And we're very, very clear about that, and we've communicated that very, very clearly. And obviously, the Biota administration will take whatever steps they deem necessary under their laws and administration to ensure the adherence to their laws, but also the safety and security of individuals. And it's simply, I'm genuinely astounded that people would support this. It's putting lives at risk and deeply irresponsible. In terms of the wider questions that she asks about Trigassians, I've been very clear throughout. There are a range of views within the communities. There are a range of views within the British Trigassian communities. I've heard them. I've met with them. I've heard very difficult views, people who don't agree with us on this issue. I'm not afraid to do that. Neither is the government. It wouldn't be practical just to take simply one person representing a whole community. But what we have done throughout this process is to seek to ensure that the voices of Trigassians are heard, for example, in the proposed trust fund, securing places on that. I've set that on a number of occasions. We will continue to engage with all Trigassian communities.
Can I remind members that if they were not in at the beginning of the statement, they will not be getting called. Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This process is, amongst other things, about protecting British access to the communications spectrum, and that's why the previous government started it, and that's why the current government is carrying it on. So if we're not able to pass the treaty, and we're not able to ensure that access, what's plan B?
Well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have set out on a number of occasions very clearly the risks to the operation of the base. They were well understood by the opposition, in particular those who served as ministers in the last government. It has consistently staggered me that they attempt to sort of gloss over all of that and the risks that it puts to our operations and our capabilities that keep us and our allies safe. And I think they will look on some of the political point scoring that they have been doing with regret in future years.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, I doubt if many people across the nation are sitting watching Parliament Channel at the moment to see this statement. However, anyone who was would be surprised that the Minister who started off saying this base is critical to our national security. It allows us to project the full array of military capabilities in one of the most important regions for international stability and global trade. It's vital for countering terrorism and threats from state adversaries, and protects Britons at home and abroad. We'll be asking, why the devil then, if we owned it, did we give it back to the Mauritian government, then to lease it for £35 billion from a government which is more interested in some of the states which are hostile to our interests in the area? Does the Minister not agree that the nation, if they're listening to this, will be totally confused, or else think that this government must be one of the most incompetent governments in being?
Minister.
No, I simply must thoroughly disagree with what he has set out. Our national security and that of our allies has been paramount in putting this treaty forward and this deal to secure the Diego Garcia base, not only for us but for our allies, for Five Eyes partners. That's why they all welcomed it. It's why it's gone through extensive processes in this country, in the United States, with other partners. I will not apologise for that. The duty of this government is to protect the people of this country and our partners and our allies. That is exactly why we have proceeded on this basis and why this treaty is needed.
Simon Hoare.
Speaker, two questions to the Minister, if I may. Can I welcome the retreat from this bill and this deal? It ill-served the taxpayer and our national interest. My first question is the government now officially withdrawing the bill rather than merely pausing its passage? And the second is he was very clear in earlier questions that no payment would be made under the treaty to Mauritius. Can he confirm that there will be no goodwill payment, ex gratia payment, or any payment made to Mauritius outside of the treaty, effectively as a way of saying sorry? Because frankly, we have nothing to say sorry for.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman who I have affection for, he understands the procedures of this place. He understands that the bill is going to time out because of the upcoming prorogation. Can't be carried over because of the progress that it's made during this session. He understands the procedures around that. It's disappointing that we saw so much game playing, particularly at the other end of this building around it. And that is the position. I've set out the position on the costs.
Danny Kruger.
I very much welcome the government's withdrawal of this bill. I have two questions about the future commitment of this country to the Tregosian people and to the Chagos Islands. The first is with respect to any future constitutional change. Will the government commit that if there is to be any constitutional change to the status of the islands, that the Tregosian community here in the UK is given the chance to express its view in a referendum of that community? And secondly, with respect to the heroic landing by my new friend, Reform member Adam Holloway, who made the brave journey to Reform, but also went to the Chagos Islands with a group of islanders. Can I remind the Honourable the Minister that those people were forcibly removed from their homes by a Labour government in the 1970s? The infrastructure that they left behind is now descending into jungle. Why will not the government recognise that they do have a right of abode there? And why is the government frustrating the very legitimate efforts of philanthropists to support them to re-establish their community?
Again, I am genuinely shocked, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the honourable gentleman would be supporting a reckless political stunt of this nature, indeed his party as a whole, promoting arrival on an island that is not suitable for human habitation, where lives are at risk, and they would support and encourage people to be put in that position, I think is quite frankly shameful, and quite frankly, again, absurd in terms of their commentary on many other issues in this matter in relation to irregular migration. I just find it absolutely astounding. So I'm really not going to take any lessons from him.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement today? There have been many discussions over the amount of money that was going to be paid and discussions over the methodology, how it was come to, and I'm prepared to park those on the basis that provision has indeed been made in the government's budget lines to pay for this treaty, which is now in abeyance. And so for the period of time that it is in abeyance, would the Minister be able to tell us that 100% of that amount that would have been paid to Mauritius will now go into the defence budget and pay for hard power?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he well knows that I am not a part of the Treasury team. It's not to me to respond to these points. Obviously, in the interim, we remain responsible for the administration of BIOT. BIOT administration does, and of course the long-standing arrangements between us and the United States regarding to the operations, the crucial operations on the base. And he knows, as I've set out on many occasions, Madam Deputy Speaker, the priceless value of the capabilities there. That is why we set out this treaty and this deal is the best way to secure those capabilities.
Jim Allister.
The Minister was asked a very precise question by the Honourable Member for North Dorset, and it was this: quite apart from any monetary obligations under the treaty, outside of those obligations, will a single penny be paid to Mauritius going forward? That's a very simple question. It's nothing to do with the treaty. The treaty's gone in that sense. But outside of any obligations that were under the treaty, will there be a single penny paid to Mauritius? Surely the Minister can answer that rather than continue to dodge it.
We have relationships with many different countries around the world, including through our ODA programmes, through different multilateral programmes, through our investments, through all sorts of things that are in the British national interest. But what I can assure him is that the costs associated with this treaty cannot be paid without the treaty. I've been very clear about that from the beginning, and he can impugn it all he likes, but that is the facts.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister very much for his statement, and he has outlined the reality of where we are today, and I think it's important that we do understand what that means. The Minister has also made clear the feelings of where we are, but can I ask the Minister this, how those Circassians who asked us to retain the island control due to the human rights consideration and other issues, and whilst the future of the treaty is uncertain, what will Government and the Minister do to engage with those who are disenfranchised and uncertain due to the treaty failure?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. Of course, we will continue to engage with Circassian communities. I'm absolutely committed to that, as I have been throughout, including those who disagree. But there will, as I said, be many Circassians who will be deeply disappointed by this delay. And I think it's important that their views are understood and respected, as well as those who oppose this treaty.
And that concludes the statement. So I'll just give the front benches a few moments to swap over for the next statement. Minister.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement on North Atlantic activity. Let me begin by thanking the many members of our armed forces currently deployed in over 30 operations across the globe. Their efforts are often unseen by the British people, but they are always appreciated. They defend the very freedoms we enjoy, I agree. Last week, my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, revealed details of one such operation. While the focus of many has been drawn to the Middle East, UK armed forces, in partnership with our allies, have been deployed to deter increased Russian activity that we have seen and witnessed in the Atlantic. The specific operation involved a Russian Akula-class submarine and a concurrent deployment of 2 specialist submarines from Gugi, Russia's main directorate for deep-sea research. Last November, the Defence Secretary outlined to the House how Gugi vessels, including the spy ship Yantar, are directed by President Putin to engage in hybrid warfare, activities against the UK and its allies, specifically around critical undersea infrastructure. Their mission is to survey pipelines and cables during peacetime and then potentially, if required, sabotage in conflict. In response to the Russian subsurface activity, the Defence Secretary deployed a Royal Navy warship and a Royal Air Force P-8 aircraft alongside allies and partners to ensure the Russian vessel was monitored during every phase of their operation. The Akula subsequently retreated home, having been closely tracked throughout, and we continue to monitor the 2 Gugi submarines when they were in around UK waters and, of course, beyond. Our armed forces left them with no doubt that they were being monitored, that their movements were not covert as planned, and that their attempted secret operation had been exposed. The 2 Gugi submarines have also now left UK waters and headed back north, and this operation, which lasted more than a month, has now concluded. Madam Deputy Speaker, in often treacherous conditions, our pilots racked up over 450 flying hours, our frigate sailed several thousand nautical miles, 500 British personnel were involved in the response, and I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to every single person involved. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, we exposed this military operation undertaken by Russia for 3 key reasons. Firstly, to send a message to Putin that he failed to remain covert, and that any attempt to damage critical national undersea infrastructure will not be tolerated and cannot be denied. Second, to demonstrate that even with significant capabilities and personnel deployed in the Middle East, we will always do what is necessary to protect our homeland. And third, to highlight a significant operation carried out by our armed forces, who once again met this challenge with a characteristic determination and professionalism we all know too well. Madam Deputy Speaker, this operation reminds us why the seabed matters, especially for the island nation of Britain. It connects us to everything, and that connection is sustained beneath our waters without interruption through a vast network of cables and pipelines on which much of our way of life relies. Much of the gas that heats our homes, 99% of international telecoms and data traffic, trillions of pounds of global trade each day. And because the seabed matters to us, it's also a prime target for our adversaries. The UK's undersea network is highly resilient, but the threats are increasing, and so we're stepping up our action to defend it, including providing an extra £100 million for our vital P-8 submarine hunting aircraft, launched our Atlantic Bastion programme to combine the latest autonomous technologies with the best warship and aircraft to create a British-built hybrid naval force, and making the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, after years of hollowing out and underfunding from various governments. Madam Deputy Speaker, the threat is clear, and our resolve to confront it is absolute. And that's why this year we're deploying our carrier group where it is most needed, the North Atlantic and the High North, and why we're supporting NATO's new mission, Arctic Sentry. I also want to put on the record our thanks to our allies with whom we have cooperated closely throughout this operation, including Norway. Our shared commitment to confront Russian aggression in the North Atlantic is at the heart of our Lunar House Agreement, and together we are now building a combined fleet of new submarine hunting frigates and new uncrewed systems. And let me say a few words on Ukraine, from where I've just returned last week. Today, 2 wars on 2 continents are being fought at the very same time, and Putin wants us distracted while he steps up strikes on Ukraine, relentlessly and indeed at enormous scale, with around 7,000 attacks a day on the front line and 55,000 drone and missile strikes last year alone. We must always remember our duty to Ukraine and recognise Russian aggression is growing across Europe once more. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me finish where I began, with praise for our people. We have the very finest armed forces a nation can hope for, second to none. As I speak, we have personnel deployed across every domain, every moment of the day, in every part of the world, and they're in constant confrontation with our adversaries from the depths of the seabed to the reaches of space. When a crisis erupts, as it has done in the Middle East, I understand people questioning why all UK military assets and personnel haven't been sent to deal with it. Well, as demands on defence rise, we must deploy our resources to best effect across multiple priorities. Because of an increase in defence investment, we'll be able to call on more and more resource in the coming years. As we defend our interests and partners in the Middle East, we will tackle increasing threats in the High North. We will stand with Ukraine. We will meet our NATO obligations. Above all, we will always fulfil the first duty of government, to protect our homeland and keep the British people safe. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Now, with all eyes on the Middle East, let us not forget that Russia remains the most acute, persistent and active threat to the United Kingdom. Putin's goal of conquering Ukraine is unchanged, and the fact continues to place our entire European continent in jeopardy. His ongoing nefarious activity, most notably on our own territorial waters, should be a stark wake-up call. We must start acting on the threats that are visible and right in front of us. Now, we may be critical of the government's tortoise-like approach to giving defence what it needs. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, slow and steady does not win this race, and it certainly does not keep us safe. But what does unite us is the full-throated support for the men and women of the Royal Navy, the Army and the Royal Air Force, who keep the wolf at bay in these dangerous times. And I pay particular tribute to all those who serve in the Middle East at the moment, in recent Atlantic operations, and especially those who crew our continuous at-sea deterrent patrols 24/7, 365 days a year, every year. When the Secretary of State came to this House last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, to highlight the actions of the Russian spy vessel Yantar, he told Putin, "We see you, we know what you're doing, and we will not shy away from robust action." Now, that was the right message. But at some point, simply saying, "we see you," is not enough. Words must be backed by action. This is not just a question of traditional defence. There is a growing and underappreciated threat to our national resilience, to our way of life. Just 65 undersea cables carry 99% of global communications, and a far smaller number of pipelines and interconnectors link our gas and electricity suppliers to others. So can the Minister guarantee there are no hostile devices, kinetic or otherwise, on, near or underneath any of those cables, pipelines or interconnectors? The reality is he cannot. The Secretary of State spoke of confidence that there was no sabotage on this occasion. But what of the many other incidents in UK waters, in the Baltic, in the cables running to North America west of the British Isles, where monitoring capacity is limited at best? The truth is, we don't fully know how secure our critical underwater infrastructure is. That is why we are dismayed that the much-touted Defence Readiness Bill has been delayed by a full year. Worse still, at a time of demanding cross-party unity, it was deeply disappointing to hear the Prime Minister flatly reject the Leader of the Opposition's offer of greater engagement earlier today. That was the wrong call. On Russia's shadow fleet, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister announced on 25th of March that British forces would be permitted to board sanctioned vessels transiting UK waters, we rightly supported that decision. And the Chief of Defence Staff, when asked at the recent London Defence Conference, said plainly, we are ready. And yet no action has been taken. We set a red line and we have watched Russia repeatedly cross it. Worse, Russian military vessels are now accompanying shadow fleet ships, deliberately escalating the situation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is deterrence in reverse. The Minister and I know better than anyone else in this chamber the very real challenges of boarding vessels at sea and the serious legal questions surrounding what happens to a ship and its crews once the decision is made to seize them. These are the same challenges that I faced personally while serving in the Royal Marines boarding pirate vessels off the coast of Somalia. Back then, those legal and logistical hurdles were just as real, but it was clear that the global economy was being directly impacted by piracy, that we had to act, and we found a lawful way to do so. So why can't we now, when the situation is far more grave? Now, it's been reported that the Attorney-General has denied the legal basis for interdiction. If that's the case, I ask the Minister directly, what is the current position of the government? And can he tell this House how many sanctioned vessels have transited UK waters unchecked? Russia is brazenly moving military supplies through our own waters. That must be met with robust action, not statements. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, today's statement is a start, but only a start. And it's clear the government is not moving fast enough to deter our adversaries. Deterrence requires capability, and capability requires funding. Now, I know the Minister has not had sight of the Defence Investment Plan, but I can at least tell the country when it will be published. 7 months delayed, this is simply becoming a farce. Does he agree with us and the Defence Select Committee that this government must commit to 3% of GDP on defence within this Parliament, not the next? Now, the Conservatives have already identified saving, delivering over £20 billion in additional defence spending. We want to go further, and we renew our offer to work across the aisle to find them. Because the choice is simple. If we are serious about deterring Russia and other hostile states from the High North or our overseas bases, then we must reach 3% on defence now, not later, and give our armed forces the resources they need to keep us safe.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we can agree that no sabotage has taken place this time from the Russian subsurface activity that took place off the coast of the UK. Words backed by action when it comes to deterring Russia: £4.5 billion UK military support to Ukraine, total of £21.8 billion. The UDCG just raised an astonishing £45 billion to buy weapons and munitions and capability for the Ukrainians. The MOD stands ready to board any vessels that meet the criteria. There's a lot of misinformation out there. What I would also say is very expensive frigates escorting every vessel at such range is putting significant demands on the Russian fleet and is also degrading their capabilities. And what I would also say is that we've seen £5 billion extra spent this year alone on the defence budget. And by 28-29, we'll spend circa £73 billion on the defence budget.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tan Singh Desai.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to increase public awareness about the growing threats that our nation faces, I thank the Minister for his statement and indeed the Defence Secretary's public statement. And on behalf of the Defence Committee, I want to pay tribute to all our armed forces personnel involved in disrupting the Russian activity around our critical undersea infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, this incident also underscores the growing threats that Russia poses and also the need to increase defence investment now and the need to finally publish the Defence Investment Plan. But turning to the incident itself, I take on board the Minister's words just now, but it has been widely reported, including publicly at the London Defence Conference, that Putin had explosives planted on are undersea cables. So, for the record, can the Minister confirm, were Russians involved in either sabotage or precursors to sabotage on or around our undersea cables?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for his questions. The reality is Russia failed on this occasion, and they failed because we exposed their activity, meaning that there was no way, shape or form they could deny their activity in the first place. I was at the London Defence Conference. I heard the certain discussions around undersea cables. I can confirm that no sabotage took place this time. What I can say is that the Russians put a lot of effort into mapping and understanding our undersea critical national infrastructure, and we'll do everything to map, track and expose it should it take place.
Lib Dem spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Can I also associate my party with his thanks and appreciation for the dedicated service of our armed forces personnel around the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, while the world's attention was on Trump and Netanyahu's catastrophic war in Iran, Vladimir Putin was collecting vital information about our critical infrastructure. In response, the Defence Secretary told Putin for the second time, "We see you." But we need much greater confidence that this government has the plan and resolve not just to observe Russia's activities, but to meet and resist them should that be required. As Putin plans for future conflict, our government appears frozen. Delay and inaction is sapping industry's confidence as well as our allies, whilst enabling Putin's war machine in Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government must remedy these failings as a matter of urgency. Our national security and the sovereignty of our Ukrainian allies demand it. So I'd like to ask the Minister, will he commit to publishing a defence investment plan before the House prorogues? And will he publish a plan to raise £20 billion in defence bonds to be spent on urgent projects, including rebuilding our naval capabilities, which are critical for protecting our undersea infrastructure? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister rightly highlighted Russia's continued assault on Ukraine. Peter Magyar's spectacular victory in yesterday's Hungarian elections should unlock European financial support to Ukraine. At just the same time, Donald Trump authorised a suspension of sanctions on Russian energy assets. The government cannot allow this opportunity to slip. So will the Minister work with EU partners so the UK's £30 billion share of the frozen Russian assets in Europe can be sent to Ukraine's defence alongside the promised €90 billion from the EU? And will he work with colleagues across government finally to put an end to the scandal of UK companies providing maritime services for the export of Russian oil, gas and coal?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad this government took a defensive stance on Iran. We were clear we didn't have a legal mandate, there wasn't a plan and there was no clear end state. And I think if you're going to put people in harm's way, you need those three things before you can do so. Whilst the Defence Investment Plan has not arrived yet, 5 classes of ship or submarine are in order or on build just now, 13 frigates in order, 8 Type 26, 5 Types 31, which is a collaborative effort to ensure our maritime capability is fit for purpose as we move forward and as those threats diversify and indeed increase, in particular here in the High North. Learning the lessons from Ukraine, ensuring we have the best autonomous capability and our Atlantic Bastion platform is moving in the right direction. We have worked exceptionally hard, and the Foreign Office are pushing as well to sanction thousands of individuals within Russia, companies and, of course, vessels as well, to reduce the illegal flow of resource coming back into Russia, which is funding that illegal and brutal war waged by Putin on Ukraine.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks to my right honourable friend and gallant friend for the statement. GUKI's been at work really since the 1960s, as I understand it. Been doing extensive mapping for quite some time. In our report, the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy, we came up with a great many recommendations that he'll be more than familiar with. When it comes to the Defence Investment Plan, can I just bring his focus perhaps, to one particular element of the recommendations, which was about a sovereign capability for repair ships. So would he just promise either to look at that or agree to meet with me to discuss?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for what is a really focused question. We've been watching the underwater research programme for years now. We understand exactly what they're up to and why they're up to it. They understand some of the, I wouldn't say weaknesses, but vulnerabilities that sit in the West, and they are trying to identify it and indeed threaten it at a point in time of their choosing. I also recognise the report that was written around sovereign capabilities to fix cables. We're working with industry and partners, and of course we have a multitude of capabilities within defence that can support those types of operations that may need to take place should anything happen to our undersea cables.
Jamie Stern.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am delighted that the Minister has made the statement he has this evening, because I have raised this issue a number of times in this place. My constituency looks directly at the High North, and it's off the coast of my constituency that this Russian activity has taken place. Let's make no mistake about it. And my constituents find this deeply, deeply worrying. The point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Minister is this, as he has himself admitted, we only have so many surface ships. They are based mostly in Devonport and Portsmouth. The sailing time from the south of England to Orkney, Shetland or my constituency is a matter of days. And we have to move very, very fast in this situation with Russia. And let's remember history. Before the First World War, Winston Churchill and others took the decision to relocate part of the fleet to Invergordon and to Scapa Flow in the Orkneys. I want to press the Minister, are we quite certain that we are basing those surface ships that we have at present, and we hope we'll have more, in the correct position where they need to be to keep a close eye on the High North and to protect our vital strategic interests?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for what is a really focused question. Part of this problem set is around looking at early warning to when systems appear either in our waters or close to our waters, or indeed close to any critical national infrastructure. That's a multi-domain operation ranging from space all the way down to other intelligence assets that give us very early warning of what is happening, where, when and why, and allows us to pre-position capabilities to meet them, or indeed ensure we can understand exactly what they're up to and therefore put in a operation to deter it if required.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was in Latvia at weekend, and they very much know what the threat is from Putin and the Russians. And can I thank the Minister for his statement? What's clear, and what's been helpful in the way this has been described in public, but what's clear is we need to do a lot more to explain to the British public what the threat is and how it's getting worse from the Russians. Not least if we are to increase the defence expenditure, which I've been advocating here for some time, and some tough decisions will need to be made. So we need to have a better programme of education and information to just demonstrate how serious a threat Putin and the Russians are to the security of this country.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely agree. A more effective and well understood communication education plan as to what those threats really mean to the population is essential. If I was to turn around to the population and say there was a cyber attack on Jaguar Land Rover, that would affect, and people would take notice in and around Jaguar Land Rover. If I was to say that half of the attack on Jaguar Land Rover cost half of the two-child benefit cap, it then resonates far greater across the nation. If I was to say there were over 10 billion of cyber attacks just last year alone, and that the MOD has seen a 50% increase in hostile state attacks, that starts to resonate. We need to ensure that narrative is continued to be communicated in the easiest way, but also that it resonates with every section of society. And I couldn't agree more.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, the backbone of our ability to detect Russian submarines over decades has been provided by our towed array patrol ships, from Leander right the way through to our increasingly decrepit Type 23. But does the Minister agree that the logic of what he has said, given that the threat has increased significantly over the past several months, couple of years, is that we should be looking again at the orders for 8 Type 26 with 2087 towed array on the back of them, and upgrade that in order to deal with the threat that we now face? Because where we are now is not where we were a few short years ago, when that order book for 8 Type 26s was constructed.
Minister.
So I recognise the right honourable member's experience in this space. I would say that 8 Type 22 towed array frigates is the right level. What I would like to see is our ability to cover the ocean expanded through the use of autonomy and some of the lessons that we've learned from Ukraine. And that's why I talk about the Atlantic Bastion. Major capability platforms matched with mass uncrewed systems will provide us a far more effective way to find, deter and indeed neutralise threats subsurface in the future.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join the Minister in thanking our armed forces personnel that identified this threat and allowed us to take the action which he has described. I note that real terms defence spending fell by 22% in the 8 years or so prior to 2017. It's this government that's turning that around with fresh investment and more cooperation with the sector. But we know our undersea infrastructure is vulnerable to a great many threats, and as we face threats on a number of different fronts, we mustn't lose sight of that. We do have a job, however, to explain to the British public why we need this investment. Can I encourage him to, when if we face a similar threat in the future, to make sure that the public understand this, because it's a choice that might mean we don't have the opportunity to spend in other areas of public life.
I think we have a job to ensure that we communicate and educate to the population all of the variety of threats, whether it be the threat posed by Russia and Ukraine, that threat emanating from the high north that comes into the Atlantic. A lot of people talk about us not having a front line with the Russians. The reality is we do. It sits in the North Atlantic. But that's not the only threats. There's also threats in influence space and, of course, in cyberspace, which we must compete with, but then also respond to contingency operations in the Middle East, Madam Deputy Speaker, which you've seen us do over the last 7 weeks.
Lincoln Jopp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister said, I think, about 3 weeks ago that the Royal Navy would go after sanctioned Russian tankers. And yet, if the press reports are to be believed, those very same sanctioned Russian tankers have sailed with impunity through the English Channel. My question is, why haven't we done anything? Is there some legal bar or a practical bar when it comes to Royal Navy resources to mount interdiction operations in the English Channel? Very good.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a lot of experience, as does the individual opposite, on boarding ships. The MOD is absolutely ready to go, but we must ensure those ships meet the certain criteria, and as soon as they do, they will be boarded and deterred.
Chris Webb.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree with me that whilst the government continues to rightly defend our people, interests and allies in the Middle East, we must never lose sight of the war in Europe and our determination to always stand with Ukraine during this conflict?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely agree, and a key piece there is never lose sight. Over 1 million casualties Russia has taken, more casualties than America's took in the entire Second World War, 55,000 drones and missiles fired in the last year, thousands of tanks destroyed, and cities plunged into poverty, into the cold, with no lights, no hospital services across an entire nation. Why? All to support an individual's ambition to rewrite history and indeed rewrite the rules or international borders through the use of brutal force. Unacceptable.
Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in February, former Royal Navy officers and other expert witnesses warned the Defence Select Committee that although tapping an undersea cable is very difficult, they are vulnerable to sabotage, and more than 3/4 of the UK's natural gas is imported via undersea pipelines from Norway. Does the Minister agree, given Russia's attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure, doesn't the UK need to press ahead faster with the Atlantic Bastion initiative? And in light of recent defence budget pressures, can the Minister confirm whether funding levels are adequate to maintain long-term submarine detection and tracking capabilities?
Minister.
I respect the honourable member's insight into this, especially with his constituency. What I would say is Atlantic Bastion is moving forward fast. We're using some of the requirements and the needs also in the Middle East to see what we can test and trial, and we're pushing forward as fast as we can, taking those lessons from Ukraine and ensuring they're inculcated into the slightly rougher and bigger seas in the North Atlantic is an exceptional challenge, but we're moving forward as fast as we can to do it. And when combined with our Type 26 fleet between us, Norway and hopefully others, we will have one of the most effective counter-submarine fleets in the world.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a privilege recently to spend a week at Camp Viking with our Royal Marines, seeing firsthand their work they're doing to defend the High North. Would the Minister agree with me that it's clear strategically that the security of the High North and of the North Atlantic are intrinsically linked because of the sea lanes, the data cables and also the presence of the Russian Northern Fleet around the Kola Peninsula? And can he set out, as well as the carrier group, what else we'll be doing as a nation to protect the Arctic and our interests there and allied interests in order to diminish and constrain Putin's war machine, but also to protect access to the North Atlantic?
Minister.
So, as my honourable friend will know, we have the carrier group deploying up there, which will be a NATO exercise with a multitude of different assets attached, which will be running through all sorts of mission rehearsals, but also deterrent operations. On top of that, we've had international engagement with our JEF partners, and that will increase over time. And of course, we have 1,500 exceptionally effective Marines deployed in the High North, protecting our NATO flank and, of course, our allies and partners.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can we be absolutely clear from his statement, which I very much commend for its candour and bluntness, that these two Guggy submarines have now left UK waters? They were carrying out hostile acts in UK waters. And I cannot believe that the MOD, or many people in the MOD, are happy with the limp-wristed response of the rest of the government to this episode. Has the ambassador been summoned for a public dressing down? Have we expelled any Russian diplomats in retaliation? Are we making it clear to our Russian adversaries that if they mess in our territorial waters, we will demand their immediate surrender and they should surface and be escorted to a British port, or we open fire, or at least fire a warning shot? Because just saying we see you is not going to be enough. That's not going to bother President Putin one jot. And he'll carry on doing exactly what he's doing until we're prepared to escalate ourselves and show we are prepared to deter what he is doing to our country.
Minister.
I can confirm the submarines were not within 12 nautical miles of UK territorial waters, and the Right Honourable Member will know the rules of the sea have whole sorts of rules and regulations around the use of force. What I would say is we have been watching and observing those vessels, and actually by calling it out and telling the world about exactly what they're up to reduces their ability to do something and then deny it and blame it on someone else, which in itself is probably the most effective deterrence that we've done.
Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While the member for Clapton talks down our Royal Navy, I think the House today is united in praising the Royal Navy for their work to deter Russian activity at deep sea. Through Atlantic Bastion and with emerging defence SMEs, does my right honourable and gallant friend agree with me that defence companies should get the finance they need to be able to thrive and protect our deep sea assets?
Minister.
So I know my honourable friend is exceptionally passionate about this, as am I. I fully support our Royal Navy activity in the High North, but I also expect, as we move forward with big capability procurements, that SMEs get a fair showing to ensure that we can capitalise on some of the entrepreneurial spirit that is driving what is a technological revolution in Ukraine. We've done thousands of contracts, there will be thousands more, but we also have a really difficult challenge on our hands. New technology in Ukraine is driving change faster than ever before. Capabilities that were ordered perhaps previously may have to have their roles changed or adapted, and indeed some of the capability we have now is outdated and needs replaced. That complexity is why the Defence Investment Plan is taking time, but it will come, and when it does, it will be fantastic.
Mike Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope to give the Minister a focused question. He's rightly laid out the importance of the data cables to the UK as an island, and also highlighting Russia's continued activity over many decades. The frigates that we have in the Royal Navy are really the centrepiece of the anti-submarine war. So my short, focused question is, how many frigates could we put to sea tomorrow?
Minister.
Depending on the situation, we could put frigates to sea at any point in time. That comes down to the balance of risk around health and safety and operational readiness, depending on the threat.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Russia is in our seas, undermining our North Sea cables. They are on social media, spreading myths and disinformation, and Russia is even in our politics, as we remember that the former Reform leader in Wales is currently serving time in prison for accepting Russian bribes. Members across this House recognise the ever-present threat that Russia poses to this country. I'm not sure that the public are always quite as aware of just the scale and presence of Russia affecting our society at every level. So can I thank the Minister for coming to the House today and updating us on what's been going on. It's really important we do expose Russia and what they're up to. And can I urge him to work with colleagues across government to ensure that we continue to expose Russia wherever they are attacking us.
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for raising this issue. Yes, there is a physical threat from Russian submarines, Russian surface ships, bombers, the war in Ukraine, but there's actually a more subversive threat, one that is based on influence, on the hearts and minds of our nation, on the political divide of our nation, and that's why we've seen some members of some parties actually do over 10 years in prison because of their connections to the Russian regime. And I think actually in some of those areas myself and my other ministerial colleagues are working exceptionally hard now to quantify what that threat looks like from a cyber and influence perspective, and then put in measures in place to neutralise it so democracy can thrive.
James Wild.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join the Honourable and Gallant Minister in paying tribute to our armed forces. After the Defence Secretary gave a press conference calling out this operation, Russia said it poses no threat to undersea infrastructure. And I asked this question when the Minister responded to an urgent question back in November after lasers were fired at RAF pilots by Russia. Why has the Russian ambassador not been summoned by the Foreign Office, given this clear threat to our national security?
Minister.
We regularly make clear to our Russian counterparts what they're up to, what's happening, and ensure that the severity of their activity is explained to them. This question about whether Russia poses no threat to our CNI, I think, is fundamentally wrong. The reason they are mapping it, the reason they're trying to understand it, is to find a gap, develop capabilities, and at a time of their choosing, perhaps use it. We acknowledge that. We are watching. We have very clear indicators and warnings, and I have complete assurance in our armed forces' ability to deter it.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister may be aware that the RAF's investment into the P8 submarine hunting programme was taken back in 2015, a time when Russian activity in the North Atlantic was much less, the threat to the UK much lower. Now, I welcome the £100 million announced just now, but that is less than 1/3 of the cost of one of those aircraft. So, can I ask him what assessment he's made of the P8 submarine hunting capability in light of the increased Russian activity, and will he assure the House that he will go further if the RAF needs him to?
Minister.
So I'd like to, it's a fantastic question and point. The Nimrod capability was taken out of service many years ago. The P8 programme is a huge success. Many other allies and partners use those same aircraft. When you combine that with some of the best frigates and the best Navy personnel, and with a subsurface capability, that multi-domain spectrum of finding submarines and tracking them is second to none. There's a £100 million investment gone into the P8 programme, and of course we will ensure that that money is spent wisely on maintenance and other gaps if required, and we will spend more indeed if there are issues with the P8 programme in the future. It is the front line of our deterrence and indicator network.
Luke Meyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this incident highlights the need to move at pace to scale up our hybrid naval capabilities, and so will the Minister commit to do so, drawing on the strengths of North East industry?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a navy without a navy has destroyed or rendered irrelevant one of the biggest fleets in the world, which is the Black Sea Fleet. The lessons that we can learn from the hybrid activity in Ukraine are some of the most important for our island nation. and we're going to ensure they're inculcated and integrated into our major capability platforms to ensure in future we have a high-low mix of hardware with very sophisticated software combined into some of those very fantastic high-end systems such as the Type 26 frigate.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I pay tribute to the dedication and bravery of our armed forces, and in particular in this instance to the many members of armed forces in this operation who are based at RAF Lossiemouth in the Poseidon fleet, and also those in the Typhoons who provide quick reaction alerts from Lossiemouth. They are on the front line in the defensive operations and protecting the integrity of our defence against Russia. The point that was made by the Honourable Member for Caithness and Sutherland about the threat of Russian vessels in the North Atlantic growing is really important. And there is an advantage to basing more vessels in the north of these isles, and there are plenty of ports around Scotland that could accommodate that. Will the Minister give that serious consideration?
We have a multitude of indicators and warnings that highlight when threats come into our areas of interest. When they do, we make sure we mobilise capability to meet and deter that threat. What I would like to say is I think it is realising on all parties the absolute centrality of Scotland within our defensive network, its geographical position, but also the access and insight it gives us to the High North, which is critical to our defence.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my gallant friend for his statement today. Building on the remarks of my honourable friend, the Member for Widnes, can I commend the Minister on his statement but encourage him to do all he can to continue to raise awareness of the subversive actions of Russia, whether that's in the grey zone or hybrid activities. And does he agree with me that the success of our armed forces in the North Atlantic recently rebuffs recent remarks that the Leader of the Opposition has continued to fail to apologise for when she said that our armed forces were simply hanging around? In fact, what we have seen is, whether it's at sea, in the air or at land, that our armed forces are working day in, day out to keep the homeland safe, and we should be proud of all that they do.
Minister.
So we have seen billions in pounds of cyber attacks in the UK. We've seen a 30% increase in Russian surface and subsurface capability in the High North. We've seen tactics and training cross-pollinated between Russia and Ukraine and now Iran across 10 different countries, with low and slow-flying drones and high-end ballistic missiles mixed into a very effective strike programme. And then we have seen on the other side the capabilities from Ukraine now deploying into the Middle East to defend against those very same tactics. And I think it is clear to everyone to see that there are countries working together to undermine the West, not just in the physical domain, in the cyber domain, in the influence domain, and the quicker we push against this, the very better.
Vicky Slade.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that under the current leadership, the US is no longer a reliable ally, threatening European colleagues, Commonwealth nations, and undermining the very purpose of NATO. So as we face increasing threats from Russia, we are reliant on them for our nuclear deterrent, our kit and technology. So will the Minister share his plans to increase the priority for British and European partners' equipment so that we can have some independence from them and also boost our domestic market?
Minister.
We have a multitude of allies and partners. The US has been a partner for the last 20 years and will continue to be so for some time to come. We share a whole plethora of different capabilities and have done for the last 20 years. We also do the same with our European allies, and as you will know, the Lunar House Agreement with Norway has resulted in the frigate deal, our Trinity House deal with the Germans, and of course our capability cooperation with Poland has resulted in millions of pounds of investment, but also thousands of skilled jobs from Scotland to Cornwall to Ireland to Wales.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable gallant friend for his statement today. And can I personally pay tribute to our incredibly brave naval personnel for the important work that they're doing, often under very difficult weather conditions, to keep us all safe. It strikes me that Harlow is quite away from the Arctic Circle, and that the Arctic Circle is considerably colder than a Harlow. particularly this time of year. I wondered if my honourable and gallant friend would touch upon the unique challenges that our naval fleet face in those conditions. And although it's hugely important we support NATO with their mission Arctic Sentry, would he reflect on the challenges and reassure me and my constituents that our naval fleet are prepared for those challenges?
Minister.
So I am in no way doubt absolutely clear we have the best, one of the best navies in the world. I've served in the Royal Navy for 24 years as a member of His Majesty's Royal Marines. Operating in the High North is exceptionally difficult. I've only done a little bit of it in my time on the Carrier Strike Group as the Chief of Staff, but when you're in Sea State 9 on a pointy frigate, yes, you need to have some mettle to continue doing your job when it happens day in, day out for weeks on end. What I can say is the Royal Navy persevere. They do a fantastic job, and when you combine that with our P8s in the sky and, of course, the silent service underneath the waves, I have no doubt that our nation is very well protected.
Ben Opsijecti, and then I'll be calling Steve Darling. Ben Opsijecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister may recall that back in November, when we discussed the Yantar, I asked him about the circumstances under which the Fleet Contingency Group would be given the green light to conduct a maritime interdiction operation, and he responded and said that it would need to meet the international law. I was very pleased on the 25th of March when the Prime Minister put out his statement saying that the Royal Marines and Special Forces would be given the opportunity to interdict Russian Shadow Fleet vessels, but subsequently we haven't seen any of that take place. The Minister mentioned that criteria would need to be met. Now there are 544 sanctioned Russian Shadow Fleet vessels. Can he confirm whether all of by virtue of just being sanctioned, meets the criteria for being interdicted, or are there vessels within that list of 544 that are in scope and simply they haven't transited yet through our waters?
Minister.
As you will be absolutely clear, the maritime interdiction of a Russian-flagged vessel such as the Yantar is very different to one that either doesn't have a flag or changes its flag regularly. The criteria must be met to enable those boardings. The MOD is absolutely ready to go, but unfortunately I'm not going to go through the detail here because it may allow some of those vessels to put in place the mitigations that would reduce our ability to board them.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the Russian Navy now escorting Shadow Fleet vessels down through the English Channel, could a mitigation or a blocker for actually interdicting on one of these vessels be a naval vessel with them? And was it an error of judgment by the government to put them on notice that we were now about to start these interdictions?
Minister.
So we'd already supported a US boarding of a sanctioned vessel and, of course, multiple other allies as well. Russian naval escorts do escort some of these vessels. When they do, that's also putting a considerable strain on the Russian fleet, which is relatively limited when you combine it with its subsurface capability, which is having an effect. What I can say is the MOD is absolutely ready to board any ship that meets the parameters and will do so if it happens.
Danny Kruger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I join the Minister in paying tribute to our...
Are you Sammy Wilson?
It was Danny Kruger, I believe. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to pay tribute to the Royal Navy and echo the point made by the Minister in respect of our brave personnel. And I agree with him that we have the best Navy in the world. I just wish it were larger. Can I question the Minister? I'm unclear from what he's been saying whether we've had more than a narrative of what happened over the last month and of our capabilities in respect of these events. What has actually changed in terms of the government's planning with respect to defending our undersea infrastructure from Russia, in terms of either disposition of our forces or procurement, perhaps? And secondly, can I ask him, he mentions the resilience of our undersea infrastructure. Can he tell the House a little about what plans we have to cope with an attack on undersea cables and how quickly we could recover from them?
Minister.
First of all, it's a delight to see your party sat here in a defence subject, which is a first. And I'd also just like to remind him of the capability that we've seen as this Russian operations take place. The UK has deployed assets to map and track it and then expose it. which in fact is one of the best deterrents, because no longer could Russia or indeed Putin claim that an operation or a sabotage that took place was not them, which was the whole purpose of that operation, which has been fantastically conducted by the best Royal Navy in the world. And remember, it's not just the ship or indeed the aircraft. There's a whole plethora of individuals. In fact, 500 people sat behind this operation conducting it, and it was successfully prosecuted.
Claire Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to return to the issue of UK maritime services facilitating the export of Russian energy, which I raised in this chamber 3 months ago. Does the Minister not see the irony that at a time when we're all grappling with how we fund our own defence, that the government is still letting UK PLC bankroll Putin's war machine, a war machine that is mapping our infrastructure, and what action does the government plan to take to stop it?
So we have taken some of the most extensive action on sanctions in any other country, sanctioning thousands of individuals and indeed enterprises, and we will continue to do so as long as that money is fuelled into an illegal war and a barbaric war in Ukraine.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, a recent policy exchange document entitled Closing the Back Door highlighted that as a result of the Irish government freeloading on UK and NATO, that it was increasingly reliant on UK for security, particularly regarding to air defence and maritime security, resulting in an ability to inability to protect its own airspace and territorial waters, including crucial transatlantic cables, which created a backdoor vulnerability for the UK and NATO. What discussions has he had with the Irish government to up its game and to provide for some security measures? And does he have any concerns that a future Irish government, which included Sinn Féin, could lead to any cooperation breaking down?
Minister.
We need to accept that Ireland in itself is exceptionally close to the mainland, and therefore we have shared security interests. The PM has had very constructive conversations with his Irish counterparts to ensure, where applicable, we share those resources and ensure that we protect both Ireland and, of course, Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister talked about ways in which the government is investing in deterring adversaries in the North Atlantic. He talked about the Atlantic Bastion programme. He talked about extra money for P-8 aircraft. He talked about additional surface vessels that are on order. But I don't, unless I missed it, think I heard anything said about plans for the AUKUS-class submarines that are planned for in development with the United States. Can the Minister comment on the future of the AUKUS programme?
Minister.
The AUKUS programme is not in question. It continues at full strength and is a fantastic trilateral partnership between us, Australians and the Americans.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. Given Northern Ireland's geographical position, it increasingly occupies a geosecurity location of some significance, particularly in regard to the transatlantic undersea cables. I'm therefore disappointed that there are still only 5 Royal Navy personnel based in Northern Ireland. Could I ask the Minister, last month there was a memorandum of understanding between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland to provide sea and naval cover for the entire British Isles, particularly important to the Republic given their cyber economy reliant upon those cables. It is reported in some press that that has been provided free of charge to the Republic of Ireland. Is that correct? Surely not.
Minister.
It's not lost on me the essential role of Northern Ireland in both our transatlantic relationship, but also in the security of our great isle, and the essential role it played indeed in World War II. I write back to you with the detail of numbers within Northern Ireland, if I can, if it's within the operational parameter. But what I would say is that any discussions taking place with another country on a diplomatic space usually have bilateral benefits.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Honourable and Gallant Minister for his statement today, and no one in this House or outside of this House doubts the commitment of the Honourable Gentleman. The Select Committee had come about, I think it might have been about 6 weeks ago, to the House, and I'd asked him a question to the Chair of the Select Committee, the very issue that my honourable member friend for East Antrim referred to. The Minister is aware that the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force protect not only the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland but also the Republic, and that pipelines and undersea cables go from the United Kingdom to the Republic of Ireland to the Atlantic Ocean. So can the Minister confirm that the activities of Russian submarines have not been active in the soft underbelly of the Republic of Ireland and the back door to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to go into the specific detailed geographical movement of submarines. What I can say is that there are interdependencies between us and, of course, Northern Ireland, Ireland and a multitude of other European nations where cables go under the sea. We are working with our allies and partners and will continue to do so to ensure they are absolutely protected and indeed, if any threat appears, that it is mapped, tracked and deterred.
That concludes the statement. Point of order, Ben Oxygen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your guidance with regards to some missing written parliamentary questions that I am trying to track down that the Education Minister there might be able to help me with. I've been waiting over 4 months for a reply to written parliamentary questions 96357, 96475 and 96477 on SCND reform, as well as a Freedom of Information Act request, which is also now several weeks overdue as well. And I seek your guidance if you could encourage the Department for Education to reply to their correspondence in a timely fashion.
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. Freedom of information requests are not a matter for the Chair, but it is important that members receive timely answers to their parliamentary questions. The honourable member's point will no doubt be drawn to the attention of the Leader of the House, who will be able to pursue this matter. Motion number 1 on business of the House today. Minister to move.
Not moved.
Motion not moved. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Now come to the backbench motion on SEND provision and reform. I call Gregory Stafford, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House calls for a review of SEND provision and reform, and I thank the Backbench Business Committee for allowing this debate. Every debate on special educational needs and disabilities is dominated by statistics: funding, school places, workforce numbers. These are, of course, important, but at the heart of this is the issue of the children, the families and their carers who rely on the system. So therefore I want to thank the hundreds of families who've contacted me since this debate was scheduled, both in my own constituency and across the country. Now, this debate was applied for before the White Paper came out, so colleagues will forgive me if I decide to focus pretty much my whole comments on the White Paper, but I'm sure other colleagues across this House may speak more widely on the issues. In my opinion, any credible reform of SEND, including the government's White Paper, must meet 3 tests. It must strengthen legal protections, it must improve delivery on the ground, and it must address the underlying pressures in the system. And if it does all of these 3, it can and it will save money in the long run. But I'm afraid that on all 3, the government's proposals fall short. Before turning to the substance of the proposals, I want to address the process by which they've been brought forward. The consultation itself has raised serious concerns. Parents and representative organisations have expressed overwhelming opposition to key elements of the reforms, particularly around the potential weakening of legal protections. National charities have warned that proposals risk eroding rights, while others have questioned whether the most consequential changes have been fully and transparently put to the consultation at all. At the same time, many parents and forums report feeling that engagement has been superficial. The workshops and consultation exercises have not meaningfully reflected their views. And this matters because reform of this scale depends on trust. Yes, I will.
Right to underline the issues, and that's why everyone here in the House is quite full. But one of the things that has never been done, and I think it should be done, is the issue of, I'm 71 years old. I remember when I was young as a child, there wasn't many children that had autism and had learning difficulties. But today the numbers are exceptional. Does the honourable gentleman agree it's time to source out the reason why there are so many children with special needs, necessities and qualities that they don't have and they didn't have back in the 60s and the 70s when I was a boy?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman raises a very good point, a very interesting point, and I think if you're going to try to solve, if that's the right word, the issue around special education needs, and more importantly, put in place the systems to support children with special education needs, you do need to have an understanding of the reasons for it. But instead, I have to say to the honourable gentleman, I think in the government's proposals, there is a feeling from families who are already exhausted by the system becoming disengaged from the very process that it's supposed to improve it. Now, across Farnham, Borden, Hazelmere, Liphook and the surrounding villages, SEND is the single most important and most prominent issue in my casework inbox. Parents, schools and carers feel consistently let down by a system that is too slow, too complex and too often unresponsive. Now, as Vice Chairman of the APPG on SEND and through my work on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I see these challenges not just locally but reflected across the country. I will give way, yes.
I thank the honourable member giving way. He's obviously making very persuasive arguments and points. In my constituency of Birmingham Perry, like many other constituencies, the issue of SEND and support for SEND is an ever-increasing problem. It's not just the support, but the quality of support. And what we are now seeing is parents having to lose their jobs because travel for SEND children to and from school is being prevented. Does the honourable member agree that this consultation should focus on the need as opposed to the financial aspect?
As I said in my opening remarks, my view is that if you get this system right, and I don't assuage any unfair or untoward motive from the government. I do think they come from this from a point of trying to improve the system. But if you improve it properly, then I think it will save money. And I think the danger with the way the government has approached this is they're looking to save money and they're thinking about how they can solve the system. And I think that is the danger. I think that is the danger. So moving on to those three tests that I talked about at the start. The first test is whether the government's proposals strengthen legal protections. Now, education, health and care plans introduced in 2014, I accept, are not perfect. But they provide something essential: clarity, structure and, crucially, legal enforceability. Can I make a little bit more progress? The central question is whether individual support plans will carry those same enforceable rights. At present, the government has not provided that assurance, and I look to the Minister to do so. In fact, external assessments suggest that these changes will significantly weaken legal protections. Now, that creates a clear risk, replacing a system that is legally enforceable, albeit slow, with one that may be simpler in theory, but weaker in law. And we know that enforceability matters. Across the country, over 9 in 10 tribunal appeals are upheld in a minute against the local authority. And while, let's be frank, that covers no local authority in any kind of glory, it is evidence that the legal framework works when families are able to challenge decisions. Remove that safeguard and families lose their ultimate protection. I give way to number 9.
For giving way, and I thank him for bringing this really important debate to the Chamber, and I recognise his passion for supporting young people of SEND. I do disagree with him on his views when it comes to the government white paper. I'm not just saying it because I'm sitting on this side of the bench, I'm saying it as a former teacher who worked with a system that did work, that was very similar to the system that's being put forward. I've just put to him the point about legal enforcement and EHCPs. I would question that, because actually what you found is that even when children did get their EHCPs, the schools just weren't able to provide what the EHCP demanded. So whether it was a legal requirement or not, those schools just weren't able to provide it. I'll just ask him to reflect on that.
Deputy Speaker, given the amount of time, I'm probably not going to take too many more interventions. On the honourable gentleman's point, I think it's a strange argument to have that because a child has been legally given an EHCP which requires the school to provide a certain level of support, that because for whatever reason, whether that through the school, through the local authority or whatever reason, that cannot be supported, we should therefore water down its legal rights. So when the current system works, and it does work in places, it is transformational. One parent in my constituency wrote, and I quote, We are incredibly relieved. I have received the final copy of my EHCP and the school is now implementing it. It has been a long road, end quote. That relief exists, exists because there is a system that ultimately guarantees support. Replacing that certainty with ambiguity is not reform, it's regression. Now, the second test is whether the proposals improve delivery on the ground. The model set out in the White Paper relies heavily on early intervention through the NHS and through local schools, but that depends on capacity that currently simply does not exist. For example, in Hampshire and Isle of Wight ICB, CAM's waiting time stands at around about 28.5 weeks for an assessment, rising to 52 weeks for treatment, far beyond the NHS standard of 18 weeks. Without clinical capacity, the central delivery mechanism of these reforms cannot function as intended. Schools are already being asked to fill that gap. In discussions with head teachers and SENCOs across my constituency, including at South Farnham School, Highfield South Farnham, St Polycarp, St Mary's, Bagshot-Lee Infants, and others, a consistent picture emerges. Rising demand, limited special support and growing pressure on the staff to manage needs that should sit elsewhere in the system. One school put it plainly, and I quote, "CAMs sometimes ask us to manage pupils ourselves because they do not have the capacity," end quote. So that is not joined-up delivery, it's displacement of responsibility. And the consequences of this gap between the policy and the reality are severe. In my constituency, a 12-year-old whose needs were identified in Year 2 is still waiting an assessment. Without diagnosis, her school has been unable to put the right support in place. And her mother wrote, and I quote, "We are at the end of our wits. The delays are not just administrative, they are shaping the course of our daughter's life," end quote. And that's not an isolated quote. I've also worked with a family who, despite clear professional evidence, were initially refused an EHCP and forced into a lengthy tribunal process only for the decision to be overturned. There is further consequence of these proposals that need to be addressed. By moving away from a clearly defined, legally enforceable EHCP framework towards individual support plans, much of the responsibility for decision-making and inevitably dispute resolution risks being pushed onto schools in one moment. That would place teachers and school leaders in an increasingly difficult position, expected to determine provision, manage expectations, and resolve disagreements with families without the protection of a clear statutory framework or the capacity to meet those needs. At a time when schools are under significant pressure, this risks shifting both legal and emotional burden onto institutions that are simply not equipped to carry it.
The member of the Health Select Committee for giving way. Is he not making two contradictory points, though? Because he says on the one hand that it should be legally enforceable, a point on which I entirely agree, particularly as when one looks at partially and wholly upheld, 99% of tribunals are supported. But he also recognises that actually ECHPs are not coming through at the level within the 20 weeks that they should, and certainly at about the 10% level. So therefore, having the legal backing and framework isn't actually delivering the outcome.
Well, I don't think those 2 points are contradictory. I think one is an issue of the legislation, which is what I'm talking about, and what the government is potentially looking to change, and one is how the system itself is being implemented by local authorities and others. And I think I've been very clear in my speech that whilst I absolutely believe, like I think he does, that the legal requirements should remain, I'm not in any way sugar covering the difficulties that local authorities are having in meeting those legal requirements. Madam Deputy Speaker, the third test which I mentioned are whether the reforms address the underlying pressures in the system. Now, demand is rising rapidly. Over 1.7 million children in England are now identified as having special educational needs, with numbers increasing year on year. Yet the government's proposals place additional expectations on schools and local authorities without resolving those fundamental constraints, namely workforce, funding certainty and system capacity. The White Paper promises more educational psychologists, more therapists, more specialists, but training an educational psychologist can take up to 8 years. So the question is simple: how are those gaps going to be filled in the meantime? And at the same time, the department's own figures show that there are now 400 fewer teachers in than when we left office. So schools are being asked to do more with less. Now, local authorities are at the sharp end of the system, and they are being placed in an increasingly impossible position. And I know colleagues will know that in Surrey, around £100 million has been invested locally to expand SEND provision, alongside further investment in staffing, yet demand continues to outstrip capacity. And in Hampshire, SEND overspend now stands at around £140 million, placing extraordinary pressure on finances. But this isn't unique to my areas in Surrey or Hampshire. Across the country, councils are being asked to meet rising demand, fulfil statutory obligations and absorb increasing costs without that long-term funding certainty. And the result is a system where families face delays, councils face financial instability and schools face mounting pressure. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think taken together, this is not simply a failure of local authorities. It is a failure of the system to meet demand. And into that system, the government proposes a decade-long transition. Councils are already preparing for a surge in EHC applications as families seek to secure existing protections before reforms take effect. And that's certainly not going to ease pressure. It is, in fact, going to intensify it. Now, through my work on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I consistently see that SEND cannot be addressed in isolation. The number of children with SEND is rising by about 5% each year, and meeting that need requires genuine coordination between education and health. And yet SEND was almost entirely absent from the NHS 10-year plan. And when I submitted written questions on conditions such as autism, ADHD and dyslexia, the responses revealed that data is not collected individually, but grouped into very broad categories, which is really not joined-up government, it's fragmentation. That needs to change. I want to touch briefly on the independent sector capacity, because independent schools also play an important role in relieving pressure on the system, particularly for children with complex needs. They act as a pressure valve, and I'm aware that some characterise all independent provision as little more than private equity extracting profit. But I can tell you that the independent sector in my constituency provides excellent and comprehensive coverage and capacity. I'm fortunate enough in my constituency to have excellent specialist provision, including schools such as Hollywater, Undershaw, Morehouse, Pathways, the Abbey School and the Ridgeway School. They support children with complex needs every day, and they should be supported. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, what families need is not another wholesale structural overhaul, nor a decade of transition. They need a system that delivers on time, with clarity and with enforceable rights. So I have a few questions for the Minister. First, will she set out the full cost of replacing EHCPs with individual support plans, including the transition implementation? Can she guarantee that ISPs will carry the same legal enforceable rights, including access to a tribunal? Third, when will additional SEND staff be trained and in post? Fourth, what action will be taken against local authorities that consistently fail to meet statutory timelines? And finally, will the government publish detailed data on specific conditions and systems performance so that outcomes can be properly measured? I would say this to honourable and right honourable members across the House. This is not about defending a white paper. It is about defending the families that we represent. Families are not asking for perfection. They are just simply asking for a system that works. The question of the government is simple. Will it strengthen what exists, or will it replace it with something weaker, slower and less certain? Because on the current trajectory, that is the risk. And it is one, I believe, that this House should not accept.
The question is as on the order paper, and I will start with an immediate 5-minute time limit. Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Farnham and Borden on securing this important debate and thank the Backbench Business Committee for allocating the time for it. The support for children with special educational needs and disabilities is an area in which my committee has taken an intense interest. It is the single biggest challenge in our education system, with far-reaching consequences. The current system is failing children, families and the professionals who work with them right across our country. It is causing deep distress, sometimes even trauma, for children and their families. The implications of the failing system for local authority finances are profound, and many professionals are put in the invidious position of being unable to deliver the education and support that children and young people require because of impossible constraints on resources and ever-increasing need. The outcomes for children with SEND are unacceptably poor, And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I simply don't recognise the description of the honourable gentleman for Farnham and Borden, that this is a system that is broadly working, a system that relies on parents having to battle every step of the way and having to go to tribunal to seek redress, is an exclusionary and inequitable system, and we need to be absolutely clear that it is failing and that the reform that is necessary to get it to work is comprehensive and far-reaching. It is vital that the failures in the current system are addressed. Vital on its own terms, because no child should feel that there is no place for them in our education system, that their needs are not understood, or even worse, as we heard from some of our witnesses, that they are the problem. No parent should have to battle at every single stage of their child's education to get the support they need. But this is also vital if we want to improve outcomes in our education system and if we want to unleash the talent and creativity of every single young person for the benefit of our society and our economy.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. What I hear about is a real concern from parents about exclusions, as she's mentioned, and they're really concerned to understand how accountability will work in a future system, particularly around that risk that exclusions can have for a future where children are concerned about trauma as a result of their exclusions. I'd be grateful for her thoughts on that.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and accountability is one of the areas that we highlighted in our committee report last year, which I'll come on to speak about in a moment. We published our inquiry report last year, Solving the Send Crisis. Our report was based on 900 pieces of written evidence, 7 oral evidence sessions and visits to Ontario in Canada and to schools and colleges implementing innovative good practice in England. In 95 detailed recommendations, our report called for comprehensive change to the SEND system, with a focus on early identification of need, making mainstream schools inclusive for the children with SEND who are already in them, increasing the accountability of the SEND system, as my honourable friend rightly suggests, for schools, local authorities and, importantly, for the NHS, and involving parents and carers in every decision about the support their children receive. We have, to date, received only an interim response from the government to our recommendations, and we look forward to receiving the full response in due course. But we are encouraged that the government's SEND reform proposals reflect several of my committee's recommendations. It is very welcome that the government has committed additional resources to SEND support and will effectively be running 2 parallel systems for a number of years to avoid sharp cliff edges between the old system and the new one. That is the right way to deliver significant reform. The decision to write off 90% of local authorities' SEND debts, I know, also comes as a huge relief. It is the right approach to prioritise early identification of need, to be seeking to make mainstream schools fully inclusive for the children who are already in them, and to be expanding the availability of provision in the state sector for children who need a place at a specialist school.
Would you give way?
Give way.
Thank you for giving way. One of my constituents, Olivia, is battling for her son to stay in mainstream education alongside her son's twin, who is an anchor to them. And so would my honourable friend agree with me that we must ensure that ISP is there quickly to avoid some of that distress in the process when parents battle to keep their children in mainstream settings?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. He speaks very well on behalf of his constituent, whose situation is replicated right across the country, and it gives urgency to the need to reform our SEND system. It is the right approach to be increasing the expertise of teaching staff and to be making specialist expertise available to schools whenever they need it. The long waiting times for diagnosis and specialist support, such as speech and language therapy, is one of the most appalling aspects of the current system. Childhood is so short, and children shouldn't be seeing years of their education pass them by without the support they need to get the most out of it. My committee is undertaking our own scrutiny of the government's proposals tomorrow, when we will hear directly in an oral evidence session from witnesses with a wide range of different perspectives and expertise, and we will write formally to the government in due course with our reflections following this evidence session. But as I speak with parents and the organisations that represent them, there are some areas of anxiety about the government proposals that I hope the Minister will speak to today. The proposals involve over time a scaling back of EHCP assessments and EHCPs, replacing some EHCPs with individual support plans. Parents and carers who I've spoken to are understandably concerned about replacing a statutory plan with an ISP which won't be on a statutory footing. The concern is about how accountability will be guaranteed if there are problems with the ISP, if their child's needs are not correctly identified, if the ISP that is drafted is not fit for purpose, or if it is not being implemented properly. On that point. I'm afraid I won't give way because of the time. Parents and carers of children with SEND have often been let down so much by so many different parts of the system that they simply don't trust that anything will work as it should. Their children have rights on paper which are so often not upheld in practice. In such a context, accountability matters. Rebuilding the broken trust and confidence of parents and carers in the SEND system will be absolutely critical to the success of the government's reforms, and it's why my committee recommended no changes to current rights and entitlements, so that a new system can be built while parents still have the same access to redress to fall back on. So I hope the Minister can speak to the ways in which her reforms are designed to ensure that trust and confidence is rebuilt, and especially that parents and carers know exactly what will happen if things go wrong. There are also concerns about the proposed reassessment of EHCPs in Year 6. The transition from primary to secondary is one of the most high-risk times in a child's education, and we hear time and again from parents who say that starting at secondary school was when their child's education started to unravel. If only they'd been able to transport what they had at primary into secondary, things might have gone better. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to the Minister for the considered and thoughtful approach that she has taken to SEND reform and for the extensive listening she's undertaken with parents, carers and professionals. The current consultation on draft proposals is also an important part of the process, and I hope that if it is necessary to make adjustments to proposals in light of the feedback from the consultation, the Government will be willing to do so. It is so important that these reforms are absolutely right.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been contacted by a huge number of constituents raising concerns about delays to EHCPs, a lack of specialist placements and the struggle to secure the support their children need. Like so many in this House, SEND issues dominate my surgeries and casework, and it is heartbreaking to see the delays and the pain and anguish brought to those children and families as they wait for what they deserve. An education that works for them and their specific needs. And what troubles me even more is not just those cases that have been brought to me, but how many more there must be who have not come forward. One of the most troubling aspects of this SEND crisis is that too many children simply do not have a suitable place at all. Children left in settings that cannot meet their needs, or in some cases out of education altogether. But this issue does not begin with placements, it begins much earlier in the system. In Buckinghamshire Council have advised that there is a shortage of occupational therapists to carry out assessments and delays of up to 56 weeks just to issue an EHCP. That is over a year where a child may be stuck in the wrong setting, a year of lost progress and a year of growing pressure on families.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that as well as the harm to the children who do not receive timely support for their special needs, if they're in the wrong setting, there's also harm to the teachers who are not qualified to support those children in their setting, their normal mainstream setting. So the quicker we can do the assessments and get the right support will not only help the children but also the educationalists that are providing the education.
Well, gentlemen, for that intervention, I do agree with him. And of course, it is the whole system that suffers in the circumstance that he describes, the teaching staff who do their absolute very best, and also every other child that is in those classes. He makes a very fair point. So before we even get to the question of school places, the system is already falling behind. But in Buckinghamshire, nearby SEND schools are already oversubscribed, and mainstream schools, despite the best efforts of those heroic teaching staff, cannot always meet complex needs. And this is where we in Buckinghamshire have been most let down by this government. Back in 2024, May 24, the Department for Education wrote to Buckinghamshire Council committing to a brand new 152-place SEND school for Buckinghamshire. That wasn't a political pledge or a general election campaign promise. It was officially announced by the Department for Education. This Labour government have formally scrapped it. What was a £20 million spend downgraded to £8 million over 3 years for Buckinghamshire. That is not good enough. That school would not have solved all of our problems, but it would have gone a very long way. And I urge the government, even at this late hour, to think again and deliver this school for my constituents, children and families in Buckinghamshire who would benefit so much from it. Now, turning to the government's proposed SEND reforms. Many parents have contacted me on this, and I'm concerned, as my honourable friend for Farnham and Borden has outlined, that the government are not even close to getting this right. One constituent wrote to me, and I quote, "I am concerned that the direction of SEND reform risks children and young people having to fit into whatever provision is available or else missing out on education entirely. I am really worried that these new proposals will leave parents having to battle directly with schools to get help for their child." And that is an important point. We need a system that works for the needs of each and every child, not a system that works for a faceless bureaucracy. My constituent continues, and again I quote, "My 2 children both have an autism diagnosis, but are significantly different in their support needs. A one-size-fits-all type provision will not be suitable for even these 2 siblings. I would love them to be able to manage at a mainstream school, but the solution is not for schools to become more SEN-friendly. The solution is a complete overhaul and reform of the schooling system. It is antiquated and not fit for purpose." And I would urge the Minister, I was lucky enough to go to an event in Portcullis House with parents and teachers of SEND families this afternoon, chaired by Rory Bremner. The evidence given by those parents and those teachers was quite frightening. Many who fear that under this white paper brought to be, their children will be excluded altogether. I urge her to get a readout from that meeting. Now, this leads on to wider concerns about the loss of individualised, and as my honourable friend put it in his own excellent speech, legally enforceable support. Not just the risk of children being forced into inappropriate provision, but the potential loss of legal protections and tribunal rights and the potential loss of EOTAS packages, education other than at school, for children who cannot attend any school setting. That cannot be right.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and previously when I spoke in the Select Committee debate on this in this chamber, I highlighted that too many parents feel the system is done to them rather than working with them. Does my honourable friend share the concern of parents in my constituency and my concern that for that trust to be rebuilt, there has to be some sort of individually legally enforceable backstop for those families?
My right honourable friend, he hits the nail precisely on the head. And it is in the interest of those families that motivated me to speak in this debate this afternoon. I entirely endorse the point he makes. In the last few moments I've got, I'd like to briefly raise another specific case that I would be grateful for the Minister's reflections upon in her summing up. And that is a case that brought to me by a constituent who adopted 2 children in 2020. Both children experienced significantly early trauma and later received diagnoses indicating multiple and complex needs, not least fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which can involve more than 400 co-occurring difficulties affecting physical health, cognition, executive functioning and behaviour. And delays in intervention have had real and significant consequences. As adoptive parents, my constituents are aware of research estimating that adoption generates significant long-term and social economic value. I doubt anyone would disagree with that. Yet paradoxically, by adopting their children, they appear to have lost priority access to some state-funded support that would have been available had those children remained in foster care. This unintended consequence is deeply concerning. And more broadly, adopted children with SEND often fall between services, responsibility frequently passed from one agency to another without the care and attention they need. And I would welcome the Minister's reflections on that. But to conclude, too many families are being let down. One size fits all does not work and never will. Let's focus on the child, the needs of each child, and build a system that genuinely works.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the member for Farnham and Borden on securing this really important debate. Children in West Lancashire have felt previously let down by the SEND system. People lost faith in the very system that is meant to be supporting the children in our communities who need it most. And that's the inheritance that this government took over from the last. I know how important getting this right is to the Secretary of State. And the work this government has done in the past few years has not gone unnoticed by my constituents. But it is so important that we get these changes right, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because the people who write to my inbox or visit my surgeries are simply desperate for a system which treats SEND pupils with dignity and truly recognises them as individuals filled with all sorts of potential. There's much good in the government's plans. The vast increase in specialist places and the training and upskilling that will give our teachers more tools to help SEND students will make a real difference to the lives of children, but also to their families. SEND parents are no different to any other parents, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every day they fight to give their children the best start in life they possibly can. And it's so important that this government supports them to do this, without them having to endlessly fight layers of bureaucracy and constantly pushing back against a computer says no culture, which requires individuals to fit cookie-cutter templates to get bespoke assistance. We must ensure that with these changes, we are giving parents respite and not just inadvertently moving the fight from one place to another. I will briefly.
The honourable member for giving way and must congratulate her having been a great health minister. I'm sorry that she stood aside. But in relation to the point that she's making, she is aware that, of course, there is a party which isn't, of course, present this evening, where the policy is, and a lot of in the media are suggesting that they will make the next government, but their policy in this area is that this is a crisis of over-diagnosis. I mean, does she not share my concern that there is an issue where this debate is simply not being properly held by the people who actually want to damage the system most?
The honourable member for his intervention and his kind words. And I would agree that we can't simply say there's an over-diagnosis. It's been referred to previously that there weren't as many people with SEND before. The reality is we don't know that, because for many, many, many years, diagnoses of SEND simply went unnoticed. People weren't diagnosed and they were simply written off as naughty or backward. And it is so important that we recognise how important these children are and how much support that they need. But parents, dozens of parents in West Lancashire have contacted me to request that I come here today to protect the rights that they have under current legislation, to enforceable provision based on a child's particular needs. We all know the deficiencies that exist with the current EHCP system, but we must make sure that we listen to SEND parents. And I know that this government is committed to ensuring that these changes make life easier for SEND children and their families, not harder. I've met twice with a constituent of mine who has a son with severe and complex special needs. He's non-verbal and has sensory challenges. Even when her son was offered a place at a special school, the local authority did not accept the place, despite it being cheaper than the local authority provision. They ignored recommendations and assessments, and my constituent's son was out of education for 7 months. My constituent had to use the rights that exist in current legislation to fight for the most basic right for her son to have an education. And the issue was only resolved because of his legal right to legal enforceability and the tribunal power to name a school. Had this not been the case, her son may still not be in education. My constituent agrees with the government that the system we inherited isn't working, and she's not asking us here today to scrap these reforms. But we must make sure that the changes we are making to an unfair system are supporting SEND children and their families as much as we possibly can. Last year, Reform took control of Lancashire County Council, the authority that makes decisions about SEND provision for my constituency. And despite claiming they would tackle the issue, it's plainly obvious that they demonstrated no interest in it. Their national party doesn't either, as has already been pointed out. Not a single one of them is present for this debate this evening.
Where are they?
Reform-led Lancashire County Council has failed to provide tailored support for children in my constituency, failed to support families in my constituency who are fighting tooth and nail for the same opportunities for their children that the rest of us rightly expect as standard. And it would be an abdication of my duty in representing my constituents if I didn't seek to give parents every tool in the box to defend the rights of their children to a decent education, in the face of a local authority whose leadership turns its gaze and plugs its ears. I'm proud that this government is tackling this issue in a constructive way. Parents have waited for these changes for far too long. And as part of my right honourable friend's commitment to giving every child the best start in life possible, I would be grateful if the Minister could give a clear reassurance today that the legal right to an EHCP or similar for those who need it will remain, and that the ability of families to enforce provision will not be weakened under reforms.
Speaking limit is now 3 minutes. It's highly unlikely that most people will get in. Andrew George.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, I had made a number of interventions in place of my speech, but I wanted to respond to the honourable member for West Lancashire, because she was making a very strong case in relation to the need to make sure that these reforms are forced through. The issues which were raised by the honourable member bringing this debate today, the three tests which he introduced to this debate, I think sort of set the template on which I really hope that the Minister responds in due course. The issues which I know that in my constituency and across Cornwall, and it's good to see members from Cornwall here this evening, are causing the greatest concern are in relation to the large number of tribunals which are raised in order for parents to ensure that their children get the decent education that they desperately deserve. I mean, the fact that yes, I will give way to the honourable member.
Everyone for giving way. Let me tell him that in London too there is the same concern as my colleague from West Lancashire put out, that we have to change the system, but too often it has been parents having to go to tribunal in order to be able to be heard. So any reform must support parents to continue to be heard as part of the educational system of supporting these children. Does he agree?
I absolutely agree. And indeed, what worries, I think, all of us most is the fact that parents have to be sharp-elbowed enough to actually take on the tribunal system, which is no mean feat in itself. And what worries me, indeed, is how many other parents don't have the confidence to go forward to use the tribunal system and to challenge the system and to actually make a complaint, even to the Ombudsman, or using even local authority facilities to actually pursue those issues. So there are major issues which I think need to be reflected upon, and certainly it shouldn't just be those down to those parents who have the self-confidence to be able to navigate their way through the system, that their children benefit, and so many others are actually falling by the wayside, and that does cause a great deal of concern to me, indeed. And indeed, the other issue which the honourable member in his opening remarks identified is that of the very low numbers that are actually meeting the 20-week ECHP basis, which obviously does result in many pupils just simply not getting on and getting the services which they need within the education service which they do desperately need. So on that basis, and the fact that I have in any case made a couple of interventions already, I feel that I should in fact conclude my remarks now and let others go on.
Juliet Campbell.
Speaker, and I congratulate the member from Farnham and Bardon for bringing forward this debate. This government has set forward an ambitious plan to reform the SEND system in this SEND white paper. I am proud of the commitment this government has made to ensure children with SEND are supported to thrive and achieve, bringing about the changes parents and educators deserve and need. If you ask any parent about their experience of navigating the current SEND system, they will tell you stories of being pushed from pillow to post and not being listened to, because the SEND system that we inherited from the previous government has completely undermined the trust and confidence of parents and carers in our SEND system. Last Friday, in my constituency of Broxtowe, I met with parents and educators who spoke of their own heartbreaking experiences. They told me of their families being traumatised and their children often excluded from education altogether. They welcomed the White Paper and expressed their support for all that it seeks to do. However, they do have concerns, and those concerns are around the accountability of the legal status of parents who seek to get support for their families. They are in particular happy and want to support the government in the fact that the government wants to do early interventions, they provide support closer to home, and they are particularly happy that there is going to be additional occupational therapists, speech and language therapists and educational psychologists, and that there will be upskilling for staff in every school. All parents and educators are also seeking further detail in how we can also reform the current teacher training curriculum so that newly qualified teachers and educators are trained with the skills and expertise that they need in every classroom, which includes dyslexic pupils and the neurodiverse. As we know, dyslexia is one of the most common forms of learning difficulties and learning differences, yet under the current system, support is inconsistent or non-existent, or simply depends on an overstretched classroom teacher that may not have received specialist training. It is my hope that this white paper will be a vehicle for the development of a national dyslexia strategy, and I have confidence that this government will take this into consideration alongside all their other excellent work that they are doing to improve the education outcomes and the life chances of those with SEND.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm sure the Minister is probably sick of me banging on about the local picture up in the East Riding of Yorkshire and the fact that we are the lowest funded local authority for SEND, roughly around £1,000 per pupil per year versus Camden at the other end of the league table, the Prime Minister's constituency, £3,800 per pupil. That discrepancy, that inequality is simply, I mean, it's insane, frankly. It's a historic problem. It's a funding formula that doesn't work for local rural authorities, for larger rural authorities. It is something that members across the House have campaigned on for many years. I know that it is one of those almost too difficult to do problems that ministers have perhaps shied away from on both our side and indeed on the Labour side as well. And I do ask her this opportunity, this unique opportunity to grasp it, that we are now consulting on this, and I do welcome the opportunity to meet with her next week alongside my right honourable friends, the members for Beverley and Holderness and Goole and Pocklington, and hopefully we can find a way forward. Because I think some of the highlights, the issues already been highlighted, and thank my honourable friend, the member for Farnham and Borden, for this opportunity to debate this today. I just want to take in the limited time I've got just to highlight a few of these particular problems that the system is throwing up. Firstly, with EHCP drafting, if you can, of course, get an EHCP in a timely manner in the first place. Often what we're seeing is vague recognition of need, which means that actually delivery on that need and the action plan is therefore very unenforceable in a legal perspective. It's something that needs to be addressed going forward. The routine breaches of timelines are simply outrageous. I mean, people waiting 4 years for an autism diagnosis. As a parent of a child with SEND, I was extremely lucky the nursery that my son was at recognised his developmental issues age 2 and were very supportive in the process that we then went on. However, I then became aware of how adversarial the process can become when you start to engage in that local authority provision situation. I found out on a Friday at 3:30 via an email that my son would not be able to receive the school placing that perhaps at that point was most suitable for him. It did say that I was able to appeal that decision, but it gave me no reasons as to why the decision had been made. And of course, 3:30 was when they were finished for the weekend on a Friday, no option to go back. Obviously, it's that kind of thing, simple things within the system that we can address and should be addressing to ensure the journey for parents parents is less challenging and more easy, because the more we get the children into the right settings, the better that will be for them. Fewer will lose time in education, and actually the long-term problems that lead to further issues in adulthood can be avoided. We do not find a child heading into a journey for never-ending care.
I would just say,
yes, thank you. Of course.
I entirely support the point he's making, and I think the idea that anyone on this side is wholly endorsing the current system, let's be frank, would be false in doing so. But the concerns that I have, and I think he's expressing, is that the current proposals under the white paper means that if, unfortunately, he has to go through to a tribunal system, currently that tribunal can allocate a specific provision that the parents and child can go. Under the current proposals, that tribunal wouldn't be able to allocate a specific provision, which essentially renders the whole thing null and void. So, does he agree with me that what we're asking for the government is not to rip up what they're doing, but to listen to the concerns that parents are making about their changes and tweak them so that they can be responsive to the problems that he's raising?
Yes, and I thank my honourable friend for that point. And it's about that journey, because one of the problems, of course, for the children involved is that their journey is uncertain. And the system becomes inflexible. The reviews are not done in a timely fashion, which means a child gets stuck in a placement that may not be right, and that exacerbates the problem going forward. So we end up with these much bigger, more costly issues, not just costly in terms of local authority or central government spending, but costly, of course, for the parents and for those children. And that is one of the most challenging things, I think, as a parent, is not knowing where that journey is going to go, not knowing what my son's outlook is likely to be in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. But if I had the confidence the system would be there to support and provide the necessary safeguard around that schooling provision, maybe that provision into adulthood in required, then I think we could start to break down some of these challenges and the barriers we've got at the moment. I appreciate that a lot of this comes with costs, and local authorities do need more provision in certain areas, and I would plead once again to ensure that inequality in the funding gap is addressed. But I hope that this provides us with an opportunity to find a better way forward with SEND provision.
Ben Coleman.
Deputy Speaker, and I stand as someone who's received, as I think many of my colleagues have, many emails and messages and had many conversations with parents of disabled children. And I know that everywhere across the country, these parents are fighting battles to get children basic support that the law says they should already have. And this is the damaged system, profoundly damaged system, that this government is determined to change, and I welcome that hugely. And in my view, the Schools White Paper represents the most important attempt to improve life for disabled children and young people and their families since the introduction of EHCPs in 2014, and before that, since the last Labour government's Aiming High for Disabled Children programme in 2007. And I shall perhaps declare an interest here. I campaigned with Contact to Family and MENCAP and the Council for Disabled Children to build the political case for disabled children in the mid-2000s that led to Aiming High and secured nearly £1 billion in new funding, plus new rights for disabled children and young people and their families.
On that point, will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, happily.
Very briefly, will you join me in welcoming the £4.8 million of extra investment that this government has put in to support SEND adaptations in Bolton, but also the recognition that came from parents at my SEND roundtable last week that it can't just be about extra investment into the system, but this reform is now long overdue?
I guess my honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I'm very glad his local areas received that investment. Indeed, in the two boroughs of my constituency of Chelsea and Fulham, they're going to be getting a 10% increase in SEND funding for next year to support new dedicated SEND spaces in every secondary school. And this sort of thing is happening across the country, and it's absolutely right that it should. These are real commitments seriously made. The 4.8 million for nearly £4 billion for school improvements and new therapists and specialists and better teacher training, the new individual support plans for every child with SEND, the ECP and tribunal rights being retained for those with the complex needs, all seriously made commitments, and I welcome them. But I have to say questions do nonetheless remain. Some have been raised. And I have therefore just three questions for the Minister. The first relates to enforceability. And if a school fails to deliver what's written in a child's individual support plan, I do think parents need a clear legal route to resolution. A beefed up, happily.
Giving way, I recently hosted an open meeting with parents on these reforms, and whilst there was widespread welcoming of much of what was in the white paper, certainly an absolute urging that real sustained change happened, one concern was around the enforceability and the accountability for those ISPs, and what would happen if a school was not delivering what was needed to support a child, and where that accountability would fall.
My other friend makes a very good point, and I think that there's been talk about a beefed-up school complaints process doing the work there. I don't think that's going to be sufficient, and I'd ask the Minister to consider extending the remit of the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman in this respect to provide a binding route, statutory backstop to resolution when schools and other settings fall short. The second question I have is around health and social care coordination, and this is where the White Paper is perhaps most silent, and also where the current system is most visibly broken. And as has been mentioned, the Health and Social Care Committee, of which I'm a member, recently examined how the health aspects of EHCPs are being delivered, and the result was depressing. One of the biggest problems is that ICBs and local authorities simply don't jointly commission children's therapy services. Of course, back in 2014, a truly joined-up education and healthcare plan was exactly the ambition that was being strived towards, but health never fully showed up, and the then government allowed them for years to get away with that. So what we have to do now is we have to tackle that. And witnesses to our committee urged that local authorities be mandated to have the government mandate local authorities to have representation on ICB decision-making boards. Will the Minister be prepared to give this serious consideration? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, children with SEND spend most of their lives outside the classroom, of course, cared for by parents who in turn receive remarkably little support. So will the Minister commit to a clear, published expectation that health and social care will provide these families with the information, guidance and practical support that they need? Madam Deputy Speaker, this White Paper shows a government that understands the system is broken and is prepared to invest. And success is going to depend on many things, including, as I've raised today, whether health finally shows up, whether ISPs are properly enforced, and whether families get the support, the own support that they need. I have every confidence this government is going to carry on doing the right thing, and I look forward to improving the lives of disabled children, young people and their families.
To Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Member for Farnham and Borden for calling this important debate. Like him, my inbox has overflowed since being elected last year, with concerned parents writing to me about the state of special educational needs provision. They recognise that the system is broken, but they also recognise that the system that they experience in Surrey is perhaps more broken than almost anywhere else. To start off with one bit of good news and some acknowledgement of the Department, I would like to thank the Department for confirming funding for the new Frimley Oak Academy that's going to be opening in my constituency in the near future, that will cater to 170 pupils. It represents a really important step forward in addressing some vital local need in education for children with special educational needs. But the sad reality is that for too long, so many parents and children in my constituency have been failed. And I'm sorry to say, by Surrey County Council. Surrey has the highest recorded number of SEND tribunal appeals anywhere in the country for the last 3 consecutive years. That is a statistic that's a symptom of systemic dysfunction and failure. And behind every one of those appeals, there are human stories. One constituent of mine recently wrote to me, and her opening words were simply, "Our life is crumbling right now." Others described their children being stripped of their childhood, families being physically and mentally broken, and their finances being pushed to the brink. At one recent constituency surgery that I held, a parent came to me and described the process of navigating the SEND system like walking the yellow brick road, with every trial and tribulation thrown in your way, and then finally getting to the emerald city of something that might represent something a little bit better, only to pull back the curtain and find that there's nothing there. And the HCP with the wrong name, describing the wrong child, offering an inappropriate package of support. And sitting at the top of all of this in Surrey, senior leaders who say there's no problem with special educational needs in Surrey at all. There's just parents who are too articulate.
Outrageous.
Claiming outrageously that there's not a problem. There are just parents who have too inflated an idea of their children's wants. It's absolutely atrocious.
My honourable friend give way.
I want to thank my honourable friend for Surrey Heath for giving way. Him and I and other colleagues in Surrey have campaigned hard to change Surrey County Council's appalling approach to children with special educational needs. Does he agree with me that local government reorganisation is a huge opportunity for us to change that culture? And will he urge the Minister to ensure that all new local authorities that are established put children first?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend's intervention, and I agree there is an opportunity here with local government reorganisation to try and get some of these processes right, but I also recognise there are enormous risks, again, particularly in Surrey, where this new unitary authority is likely to start its life with £4 billion worth of debt and a £150 million per year annual shortfall in terms of its operational budget. This could be a council that is in special economic measures, section 114, from the moment of its creation. And given the level of need that I see represented in my inbox, and I think other honourable and right honourable members will feel the same thing across Surrey, I'm incredibly concerned that more parents and more generations of children are going to be let down. So whilst I congratulate the Minister and the Government for what I think is the correct intention of travel with their plans, I'm also incredibly concerned that perhaps there aren't the necessary financial foundations in place to ensure that children are properly looked after. Because ultimately this debate comes down to one simple question, and that is, will these SEND reforms that the Government is proposing deliver meaningful change or simply repackage a system that continues to fail families? Judging by the state of my inbox, we cannot allow any more families to be failed.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for Farnham and Borden for securing this debate. As the motion states, it is vital that Parliament continues to hold a spotlight on the SEND system as the Government works to bring about the necessary reforms. And necessary is the right word, as the system this Labour government inherited is not working for families, for children, for local authorities, our health service or our teaching professionals. The last government left the system close to breaking point, and it is this Labour government who are rebuilding a system that works. In Lancashire, the government has increased the high needs block allocation to £223 million in 26-27, which will be a 56% increase compared to the allocation they had in 2018-19. They've also committed an extra £19 million towards capital investment last year, with £23 million coming in this year, an uplift of an extra £4 million to support the capital costs. And like councils across the country, they are benefiting from 90% of their SEND deficit being written off. However, my constituents in Hyndburn are still facing a lengthy wait for an EHC to be finalised. Lancashire County Council have only issued 17.3% of their plans within the 20-week requirement. So I'm interested in the Minister's plans to improve the accountability for local authorities. I am losing count of the number of families I've had in tears in my surgeries due to the failures of our County Council, currently led by Reform, in making sure that we meet the needs of our children when they need it, provide the certainty for parents of how they get the education that they all deserve. But whilst parents and carers are desperate for a system that works with them and not against them, as we've heard in a number of members' contributions this evening, how we do the reform is as important as the reform itself. And that is why I called for the government to ensure that they put the voices and views of parents, carers and young people at the heart of their reforms. And it is undoubtedly evident that they strengthen the plans, and that helps shape the government's approach positively through the time that the government took to try and get this right. Many of my constituents found this engagement refreshing and helpful, and I was delighted specifically to also welcome the Schools Minister to Haslingden Academy, where we had a great morning with young people and the head teacher there. Now, I'm delighted that the government's ambitious roadmap for change recognises that the reforms can't be piecemeal. It addresses the system as a whole. We don't have time to outline the many facets and focuses that the white paper outlines. But I believe that this white paper starts to provide a roadmap for how we can deliver the change for every child, wherever they live, in order to end the postcode lottery that they currently exist in. A more consistent, earlier, clearer and fairer system is within reach. We need to be ambitious for our children, delivering expert SEND provision in every mainstream school, where no child is left behind.